Check. Test. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sorry, headset dead.
Unacceptable, man.
I think I fixed it.
I always ask what that tongue do, but never how that tongue do.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Okay, good. For half a second, I had a fucking heart attack. I was like, "Oh, that's not what I said to pull up whatsoever." Oh, but it is.
Any last preparations that you guys want to do for the wedding?
Let's see. I did the power thing. I sent that to you.
Nothing
I
with
got
the
nothing.
power thing. This is about the wedding.
Yes.
Please do a big directional shift onto the topic at hand. The power thing is for potentially sometime next week. I appreciate you getting it in.
Yeah, as far as the wedding, I think we're all pretty much set up. Unless Mika's managed to sneak off, in which case, get back here, you little shit.
No.
Question is, if he did, would you notice? Because then it wouldn't be sneaking off; it'd just be leaving.
Yeah, no, because then he would just bring him back.
But that would imply that you noticed him in the first place.
Is the wedding on your home planet?
Yep.
I mean, here's the thing: people forget this, but Gizmo does have tremor sense. He can actually feel things moving about around him.
Oh, your character has that right now?
Yes.
Oh, ballin'.
He said that for a long ass time.
Fair. But yeah, that was the plan. We basically set everything up so that it could be on Centauri, so that one, we don't have to bring a bunch of people into the labyrinth just to have the wedding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And two, it seemed like the better choice. Plus, he can dilate time so we can have the whole course of the wedding and leading up to it, and not run out of time to go deal with the fifth floor.
Did you manage to get a time license?
Didn't need one.
Okay.
Okay.
Remember, we gave you the lantern thing that was going to hold your null ice, and that was what we needed the time license for.
Right. Just you said dilate time, so I was confused.
Oh no! Basically, brain not working. It takes about 10 minutes when we're on Centauri because it's a different time stream than in the
Right.
labyrinth.
Okay. That's what
The
you meant. I
labyrinth,
got you.
yeah, the labyrinth runs faster
No,
or slower.
The other way. Yeah. There we go.
All right.
So 6 months on Centauri is about 10 minutes in the labyrinth. Yeah. All right.
All right.
So go ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
Let me know if I'm missing anybody.
Oh, there I be.
Kuzma was going to be mad if he wasn't there.
Right?
Oh, cool. Ilios made it back.
Yeah. Mr. Katsu and Shira are very confused. I think it's like a 7-foot man, basically, forcing a fucking snow elf to their fucking knees and just like sit there, be good. And
Mhm.
naturally the elf's response is only like woof.
Ah. Aw, shit.
I did not forget.
Oh no, he put music in.
Oh, I didn't hear.
Unmute the site.
Okay.
By notepad.
There's a lot of fanfare, and unfortunately, despite her insistence, you guys decided to do it outside in the sun. She wanted to do it in a big old chapel and church, but you gotta make some compromises. The remaining of the dais up ahead and the arch are some of the oldest ruins left standing on the planet for the war. They did some renovation and they turned it into a little dais.
Oh, awesome.
All right. So you and Artsine get your little walk together. And yes, you actually get to hold hands for this part. Scandalous.
Scandalous.
Scandalous. Jeez, and I thought me and Baker were being scandalous. Good lord.
Artsine does put on a little bit of a show with her outfit. It is not white.
No, I wouldn't
It's
expect it would be.
It'd be a flowing red, unfortunately.
Ooh.
Her hands are
nifty.
not clean. And she also does a couple extra things to let everyone kind of know what, you know, uh, what's going on. She does wear these kind of lacy red gloves as well,
Hmm.
that kind of go up to the elbow to show. Normally that would be, uh, if it was any different color, it wouldn't have the such a bloody looking effect, as if your arms are stained up to the elbow.
Hmm.
But the rest of the dress kind of just flows back, even though there's not too much wind. Um, Instead of a giant train, it just kind of has these um, flowing extremely long.
Like ribbons or tassels.
Yep, multiple of them. It's almost kind of a ghastly affair, with the pale starched white skin and the red contrast. She is definitely milk to your coffee.
Ah. That's hilarious.
Phrasing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Yep. And you guys kind of march up the stairs together before Echo. And War is kind of off to the side as the only appointed god of your people. Got a little
Mhm.
special spot.
Of course.
And Echo begins the ceremony um, rather straight away. He thanks everyone for being here. Thanks everyone for such a wonderful event. So much effort has been put together in such a short amount of time. And it is unfortunate that we couldn't have spent a great deal more for such a monumental occasion, but life moves on, and so does time. If you have vows, you can, of course, say them. but this is anything but a traditional wedding, as you can see. But it is about symbolism. And we have many things to represent different sayings and expressions and words, images. And with all these images and words and symbols comes together to say basically one thing: unity. Despite the differences, and a great many things, despite the hardships, and a renewal for what's to come. We've only known you for a short bit, Artsine, but you've captured a man's heart that is rather elusive. For those in the war, you probably definitely know why it's hard for a cyber psycho to find anyone they're willing to commit to. In Artsine, you probably have no different standards of your own. We've learned a little bit about you over the time been here, and well, you both are a very good and very odd match for each other, which is perfect. The groom, you have anything you wish to say to the bride before? Say no.
I did not personally
You don't need to make
make
vows.
down any vows. Yeah.
Mhm.
Alhazred definitely would have though.
Okay. And Artsine will also have some vows. And as he continues the ceremony, he does get to the one part of the traditional vows that Artsine gave him. If anyone were to be against this marriage, speak now. Hold your peace. And it's kind of strange. Like, you do know that the clan head's going to stand up because he has been actually, ever since he had that conversation with you, he has been very vocal about this. And this would be a perfect platform for his opinion. And he does stand
Oh,
up to say
shit.
something. And
Yeah.
Nios tries to grab him. And there's a kind of a quiet.
He's just going to look at Mika and motion to make sure that man can't interrupt this shit.
Oh no.
I would remind people, despite being a degenerate elf, he is also a very powerful wizard. So, do with that what you will.
What are we hearing, DM?
Bagpipes, drums, far off into the forest, along the long train of plowed land. And everyone who didn't get a seat up front, all the people, all of your people, are lined, both the pure, the augmented, and the Kindle Hearts, all lined up. And they all turn their head as this one lone bagpiper
The fuck?
slowly marches his way down. And everyone's speechless. Even the people playing the music.
I'm gonna like what can I tell of this guy?
His clothes are ancient, torn, bloodied, full of mud. Several bullet holes in parts in the clothing.
What the fuck?
Oh, I think I know what this is.
Okay, makeup.
There are
yourself-
tears streaming down Artzine's eyes. And she's kind of got her nose and face covered with both hands.
Gee, I thought it was the weirdest thing that's gonna happen today.
Shut up,
And the
you.
client head just stands there staring. He's just completely uninterrupted.
Your family came after all?
It's just without words.
Is this a suicide bagpiper? Is he about to fucking explode?
First Royal Regiment, present!
What?
Pipes and drums, by the center, quick, match!
Megan, when I said distract from the clan here, this isn't you, is it?
Hazard is just
And a
watching
giant
all of this
procession
with a
of
deceptively
hundreds
mild
of
expression.
bagpipers in war-torn clothing.
Fucking Guzmo cheating on Hazard will look like, should I do something?
Hazard gives him just a tiny shake of the head. Like, no.
Okay, then.
Not yet, at least.
Alright, then stand down, Mika, and remain adorable. Woof woof.
Wow.
That's a lot of dues, Eddie. Is that Patrick Stewart?
Shush
No.
you.
All of them in complete unison, lockstep. They stop. And they actually begin to do a clockwise march rotation.
Mm-hmm. Ah, they're honor guarding someone.
Well, of course, who would want to assassinate anyone surrounded by all that loud screeching?
And Hazard, this is
Mhm.
there's a interesting quirk on War's face. She also
Uh-huh.
wasn't expecting this.
Oh, wow, we are truly lost then.
A bunch of troops showed up and War didn't know about it?
Yeah.
Well, okay then.
These are from far away.
What
And eventually-
fresh fuck is this? I can't even look at the screen. I'm having to make tea while this is going on, but like it adds to the confusion.
And they give a salute, and they will actually disperse to the sides of the field. And the one lady in white and blue just kind of gives a bow to her sister and sits down.
Well, okay then.
Guzmo resumes being really confused, but at least, you know, things are settling down.
And the Dalios kind of looks over at the clan head who was about to speak up, and he just sits back down because no one was expecting that.
Literally knocked him fucking speechless.
Gotta love it.
And Echo just kind of recovers after a brief moment and closes the ceremony.
That is
By saying, "You may kiss your bride."
all right. Alhazard's going to, well, golly, kiss the bride. He's going to smile lovingly at her, and
Get it.
Mhm.
as he leans down, he's going to say, "Good morning, sharing sweeping moments." Yeah.
All right. After you give her a big old kiss and present yourselves to the group, um, everyone stands up and cheers, or in some cases, politely claps, and
Yeah, no. Cue the
it's time for
loud,
party.
cue the boisterous lizard, like setting up clapping loudly and cheering.
The bagpipes key up,
Well, not
and
this.
everyone does an about faced. In unison. The maestros.
Best you can do is shrug and go with it.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm with it. What's going on, me?
And they all march out. She just shakes her head, tears coming down her eyes.
Ooh.
That, for your information, is the 1st Royal Regiment. I lost them to a man almost 10,000 years ago.
Oh.
It seems like they
I
remember.
couldn't even recover their bodies.
It seems they came back just in time.
still remember that incessant bagpipes.
Oh, that's what that was? I thought they were just tormenting small woodland creatures in a bag.
They're bagpipes. And no, they are
Shush you. That's
I kid.
they are the cultural instrument of where I come from. The Dark
Yes,
Isle.
I merely joked. I am in fact familiar of bagpipes from other dimensions.
Shush you.
What?
Not everything in my wedding needs a commentary.
And from the look on War's face, she didn't bring them back. They would most likely been wraiths. I'm gonna have to go talk with my sister. By the way, I also didn't know she was alive.
Oh.
She went missing after Alucard gave her a mission that was most certainly going to lead to her death several thousand years ago. I was told never to expect to see her again, and that she got what she just deserved.
But he didn't
Also
say she
don't-
was dead.
Didn't, but it was suicide. It was basically the equivalent of an execution without doing it there.
So how does it feel to have her back? Or at least attending?
Feels good.
Yay, closure.
While there is fulfillment and happiness when having a new family, seeing the old family makes me smile.
Good. Shall we go make introductions?
Might as well.
And he is gonna take his wife's hand, and he is going to lead her down off the dais. He's going to give War a backward wink.
She's gonna shrug with just a chagrined look on her face, like stuff happens.
What's that?
No, she's just gonna. War's just gonna give you a shrug, and
Well, it looks like Dad is trying to make smoothies. Yeah, so I just had to ask you.
all right.
Woo!
With that done, I guess Kuzmo's going to take himself and Nika back to the place. I can't think of the room. Fuck. The words escape me.
Words escape Kuzmo.
The bar?
What?
Is that where you're planning on going?
Words can't escape Kuzmo.
ballroom.
His tongue is too fast. He would catch them before they left his lips.
That's pretty good. But yeah, no, back to the ballroom. To enjoy the food and the drink. And also, Mika's been a good boy, so let's get him some of the good stuff.
Oh, there's gonna be plenty of alcohol.
You should
Yeah.
know you catered.
Yep.
So
Just put it.
the map is just going to be, it's just a big open field, really.
Mhm.
Massive field with room for almost 2 mini Centauri. It's actually filled in from one of ZZ's little romps. He did most of the
Ooh.
clearing,
Fun.
and it is a riotous event of just everyone there. The First Royal Regiment of the Dark Isle will be playing almost the entire time. And they
nice.
will play with some of the other people who wish to kind of do a little bit of co-opting on some of the songs. But despite their ragged appearance, they are very pomp and poise. And you're despite being at military, I don't. Has your people ever done something like this? This type of
No.
military marching and in formation and lockstep and.
Not for a long time, if ever. We didn't have like a standing military like that back in the day.
Yep.
So this is new. Like, I don't think Al Hazard has ever seen anything like that, and he is just like, "Wow, we've got to get us some of that."
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, actually, my boy Makaki could help you with that.
Did he do marching band?
Why do you think? Why do you think a great deal of the Bloodtrust Brotherhood knows minstrel skills? It's because Makaki, he likes at least the illusion of the knightly order. They're able to form the functions, but let's face it, the attitude is less than that.
I know.
In fact, I'm pretty sure the only reason he convinced me to teach them proper, like, drilling, I think that's what he called it,
Yeah.
was as a giant
Kinda
fuck
funny,
you
too.
to Chelish.
Many times during the drinking, a couple of the people would try and go up and, you know, bother some of the bagpipers, but they're studiously ignored, just because they're doing their formations.
They're doing their thing.
They doing their thing. Also, I'm gonna tell one of these servers to get a bowl of the good stuff for my friend here.
Sure.
Excellent. Oh shit, that's a lot of silence.
Yeah. I'm currently
Right. And Al Hazard is going to mingle.
Yay, mingle.
all right.
Definitely want to
Anyone you
meet our
want to?
esteemed sibling.
Yeah. Who is sitting with 2 guards? Who's also being wildly hit on by pretty much all the big strong cyber psychos and South Centauri.
Because of course.
Because of course, there's drinks. She looks dangerous with her big shark teeth.
It's like lowered inhibitions and a pretty thing. It is time to make gentleman mistakes.
Hey,
Even the ladies are allowed to make gentleman mistakes.
Indeed. In fact, can we give a Scuba a standing ovation for not hitting on your wife at this point? Like, goddamn.
You do know that I would knock you literally into orbit and you'd have to swim your way back, right?
I mean, yeah, but here's the thing. That's not easy for him. Especially when all these other people are doing it. It's like, well, fuck.
Oh no, they're hitting on her sister.
Oh, sister. I missed that part.
Yeah, the one who came in.
That's why I was partially confused. I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, no. Guzmo's gonna try to put the moves on her sister too, because he's not gonna be showed up by a bunch of circus psychos. Cyber psychos. Blah.
Sure.
Please tell me you got drunk and stupid and called one of the cyber psychos a circus psycho. Please, I need this.
Unfortunately, he is not that drunk yet. He hasn't had time to get that drunk yet. No, but here fairly soon, Guzmo will attempt to put the moves on sister person.
So she'll look at you through her sunglasses when you kind of muscle your way in.
Oh, well, hello there.
Refill, please.
What?
She'll pass you an empty mug. Refill, please.
Uh-huh. You seem confused. I'm not one of the waiting staff here.
There
I just
aren't
got-
any waiting staff. It's serve yourself. Or if I can con one of you poor lads into getting me a refill, I'll do it.
Well, I could certainly guarantee I'll give you your fill.
Oh look,
Oh boy.
so clever.
Yeah, below out of my element, the whole sudden backbite thing kind of knocked me way off. I'm kind of mentally recovering, but hey,
Mm-hmm.
at least I'm a little more distinct than a lot of the others who are coming up to you.
Yours has been so far about average.
People call me many things. After they get to know me well, one of the last things they would consider is average.
Well, so you don't have to ask. You can call me Uberlipped.
Yeah.
Oh, you poor sweetling.
Sorry,
Oh, you have
sometimes
playthings here too. Oh, look at that. It's not cute at all. Ugh.
yeah, he has his own level of adorableness. He could be such a handful though. You don't know him like I do. But yes, I apologize. Sometimes with a tongue this big, it can be hard to pronounce certain words.
Oh, yes. You're relentless. I might have to take some of these boys home with me. They're rather fine specimens.
I would have to agree with that.
I don't know about you. You give me the I'm trying too hard vibe.
Well, that's very strange because I'm not really trying at all.
Oh,
Trust
well
me, you
then,
can be very trying sometimes.
Thanks, Sal Harrison. Motherfucker.
Once again, I find myself rescuing you from yourself, Kuzma.
Well,
I was wondering when you were
I
gonna
thought-
visit my table.
Things are going fine. I don't need rescuing.
I didn't want to inhibit you this early. You seem to be enjoying yourself, humiliating people.
Well, one in particular.
Hmm.
And I'm sure if he was being honest with you, he would admit to enjoying it. Yes, now where's my manners? Uberlish. Blah. Uberlish?
Uberlipped.
Uberlipped. Yes, Uberlipped. I'm sorry that name is giving so much trouble for some reason. But all in all, it does seem such a nice name.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, out of character. I don't know I don't know why the fuck I'm striking out this hard. Like, goddamn. Usually I'm better than this.
This individual is pretty disarming.
Right. Huh.
I mean, like usually I'm more
Neat.
clever than this. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Oh. Is that a title?
Some big charm test.
No, it's a placeholder.
I see.
When you're banished, you don't get a name.
Mm.
It's fine.
That
I made one
is-
myself. Never said I couldn't.
Ah, there we go.
There we go. It's charm.
I wondered when your family resemblance would show.
Hmm.
Oh.
Anyway.
7 degrees of success on a charm test to have Kuzmo say shit better than what I'm coming up with.
Regardless, let me be the first to welcome you to the Centauri instead of trying to put a Centauri in you.
It'd be more in my belly. They do look scrumptious. And
would ask that
she kind
you-
of flicks Kuzmo's nose, and not in the sexual way.
What the fuck
Refrain
are you talking
from-
about? What is sexual about the stomach? He looks confused.
Oh, you sweet summer child.
I mean, I definitely get enjoyment out of feeding off of
That is
people, but I
not.
wouldn't necessarily call it sexual.
To some people can be, but most it's not.
Uh-huh.
You're a different species. So am I. We have different things.
Yes.
I would
No,
ask that you
kind
not eat
of.
anyone at the wedding.
Also, so wait, the charm didn't work on her?
The reception is more amenable. If they
As
can't
for the-
fend you off, then that's their problem.
I'll have to deal with my guards if they get too handsy.
Mm,
As for the
I don't know.
charm, you do say a couple, fun little bars here and there, but it's just kind of met by a cold wall. It's almost like an Ice Queen feel.
I was just about to. Look, this is these are how Kubo says, yeah, well, I'm the master of melting ice, but actually at this point, that's
Not anymore.
Yeah. Well, if he sees this is going nowhere, he's go ahead and just communicate with Alhazard for a bit after poking his head over, making sure that Mika's behaving himself still.
Mika's disappeared.
Fuck. Well,
And with
Alhazard-
all the stomping and music and just uproarious crowds, easy for him to slip away.
Mhm.
Also,
Well,
poor
Alhazard-
form. You brought a pet to my wedding, and now you're trying to hit on one of the guests?
It's kind of in my nature. And besides, I was going to share.
Mm.
By which I meant this pet with the pet with you. Now, if you excuse me, I must go find him. As much as he is adorable and submissive, he is also a very powerful magician, and I expect there to be mischief.
Oh, you can already see Mika. He's already doing a magic keg stand on his own.
I mean, seeing as the only thing he's wearing is a dress, that's not great.
Yep.
Good luck.
Well, excuse me, I gotta go be persuasive.
Don't forget to say hello to Nios.
I already did, but I'll say hello again. So yeah, I assume you'll want to reserve that. Go to that after they do the thing with Alhazred and Lipstish. Lipstish. Blah.
Overlipped.
Uberlip. Fuck!
uh, Kroko,
Please.
what are you doing?
Kroko is off to the side, and just making sure Chaminade, Constantine, Shira is tended to.
They're all at the tables, just especially Shira. She's slamming drink after drink with some of the heaviest drinkers, full warlock robes and everything. Chaminade is kind of hanging out with some of the more reserved crowd who aren't drinking as heavily, and he's just kind of hanging around. And Grandmaster's kind of off in her little seat, and she's playing with Mip Mip, who's just kind of like and bites at her fingers, and she's like, "Oh, you're just adorable. Look at you." Constantine, Six, Renault, Lady Lash, they're all in the thick of it. They're all having some fun. People literally have. Lady Lash has to literally like push people off of her because she's sucked by it. It's kind of hard not to be attracted to that.
Can I just sort of surreptitiously set her with Nios's party and sort of fold him and Chaminade together?
Sure.
And sort of like, because I imagine Nios could keep people off of her.
Oh yeah.
So I imagine Arsene and Alhazard are going to be together most of the time.
Yeah, they're
So,
gonna make their rounds.
Yeah. I will introduce myself to everyone and make my acquaintance known. And when
Which
Arsene and
Kuroko is
Alhazard,
this?
this is the main.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's say the mirror. That's who that is, which is my main right now.
Oh, okay.
Orchestra couldn't make it today. She's still,
Oh, what a shame.
stuck in a hard place.
No, that's fair. I mean, it's legitimately a shame. She seems like a nice girl for all that she's, terrifying to look upon. Cast your gaze upon me in despair.
The girls, you can occasionally see them skittering around the edge of the forest, grabbing a drink here or there.
Right.
She just kind of catch the girls, sneaking by. Should we leave a plate for them?
Yes. She'll come and go at it. They'll come and go at Alicia.
Heck.
And the bagpipers will they'll go into kind of shanties and jigs and pretty much everything that's really fun to dance to.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's face it, bagpipe music can be really fun to dance to.
Mm-hmm. They also have the full drum corps, big drums and snares. So
Damn,
and
they
they're
came
loud.
in. They came.
They're-
Oh yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They came loaded.
Mm-hmm. They came in with full the mass pipes and drums.
Mm-hmm.
Besides the occasional fights that break out, because it's an Tarai, and then that turns into things to cheer and laugh about as everyone enjoys a good brawl.
Right.
Yeah.
We're not.
when
Go ahead.
they have a moment together, when everyone isn't, you know, getting up and close and personal, when they have a moment, Kuroko will come up and say, I haven't been at many weddings, and the people that I wish I could have seen are long past, but I do get to see at least some friends. Please accept my gift as Kroko starts to form a Doomroko in her as an ice sculpture in this case, and I'll be making a landmark, and it's gonna have the blood of Doomguy within it, as well as a vial of hate in its hands, and I'll be like, if you ever need something strong, I guess you can always take this blood. But the vial of hate is just an extra that comes with it. It's more of a souvenir from something, well, long past. And the little Doom guy will just, be placed in her hand and say, for you two. I know it's not much, but it's just something.
I appreciate it. I could not
Thank
have gotten here without you. So we'll call that the never mind.
So
We'll
the
call
arms.
that the gift, having survived. Huh?
Oh, I mean, it's it's just a nice little ornament you can always have around. You can pop the cap off too if you ever want to drink the blood, but I wouldn't suggest it. It's more of a. But the arms move around, and
You literally gave us an action figure.
yeah,
Guy.
no, not Doom Guy, Doom Roko.
Doom Roko.
Yeah.
My mistake. Apologies. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, but he does have his blood in it, so if you want to have a little shot of something hatredly, here it is.
If we ever need it, it's there.
But anyway, there's
Wonderful.
my gimmick gift. I hope the best for you both.
Thank you. Kuroko.
Mhm.
You can call me Abdul if you wish.
Abdul,
Mhm.
you can call me Hope. Same goes for you too, Arsene.
Um,
Some,
should I do the thing now?
what thing are you wanting to do?
Basically, uphand the mischievous little shit before he brings too much mischief.
Oh, if he's
Oh, he's not
causing
doing-
mischief. Go ahead.
He is causing others to do keg stands too.
Yeah. Well, he's like one step away from being bear, and I'm sure Alhazard would not appreciate whatever end result of that would be.
Well, everyone else is like
The party, man.
keg stand.
We are not a how do I put this?
We're not at a Christian wedding.
Yep, we are not an ascetic people.
Hmm.
Yeah, and it devolves into different drinking games and dancing, and there's
That is not
fighting
clean.
in the outer area.
Not even a little bit. Lie to me again, see what happens.
Oof. chilling. You gotta.
I'm not sure where the context of that was, but I'm assuming it was a kid.
That was-
so. Yeah.
Yes, sorry, that was a child. Apologies.
But yeah, so basically, none of the people even care that he's more or less just cake standing with basically everything showing. Okay.
No, like, so
No.
the ceremony thing is kind of formal. Like, that's a whole deal.
Mm-hmm.
But that is the thing Alhazred wanted because Arsteen wanted the ritual of it. Most Centauri weddings are, let's get married. Okay, sign it, have a party.
Got it. So when Kuzma sees that, he's going to wander over.
Mm-hmm. So tell me, what exactly made you think that that was the appropriate thing to do?
Woof. And then starts chugging alcohol in the keg stand.
No, he's going to slap him to get his attention.
Mm. And then
Well, let's see.
your interaction with Mika will be a little spectacle for everyone to watch.
Mm-hmm. Oh God! If people are paying or watching, that's gonna make it so much fucking worse. God damn it!
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with that, he is going to basically
Somebody
make
from the
a-
back shouts.
What?
Somebody from the back shouts,
Good try.
You kept cutting out.
hit him back.
Yeah, no, I think Mika's smarter than that.
Hit you
So after
back.
giving him a slap on the ass, he's just going to what?
He's really drunk. He's gonna hit you back.
Okay, he's going to try.
He's gonna swipe at you and he's like, "Rawr."
Yeah, with that, he's just going to grab him by the arm, throw him against the table, and just pin him there.
"Rawr."
Okay then. So first and foremost, you're creating quite a scene, and while I am perfectly behind that, you know, I don't think we want to disturb the guests.
Yeah, and then you can drag him
That's
off if you
fair.
want.
What?
Oh, I thought you were gonna drag him off.
Nope. Because in that said, it seems that they don't care about what state of dress you're in, so go ahead and take off that burdensome piece of clothing. If you're gonna act like an animal, you might as well look the part.
Nope, he's gonna run off.
And
And a couple of the cyber psychos are gonna kind of body you in the way, just like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. My bad."
Alhazred, I am so sorry. This is.
Oh,
They want to let him have a little fun.
Yep. Alhazred has like a cinder block of gold in his hand and is talking to Branault about how he killed the tyrant and took its hoard.
Mhm.
And is totally not paying attention.
Fair enough. He is going to chase down Mika and not only tie him up, but go ahead and just gotta dispose of that burdensome dressing as doesn't seem to matter after all.
People are in whatever state of dress. There's people who aren't with tops, especially the pure. They cover what they think they need to cover, and that's it.
Mhm.
They're very
Well.
one with nature. They're the closest thing to druids Centauri have.
Very much so.
Aha. Well, seeing as not only are people here not prudes, but they seem to be enjoying a bit of spectacle. As soon as he's
Of course, they're gonna be like, "What's going on?"
as soon as he's basically upper hand Mika and cuffed him, he's gonna just bend him over at yet another table and make a spectacle of all this.
Hey, yo. Not on the table. People eat there.
Yeah, brah.
Use a
not
couch.
gonna-
Jesus.
I'm just gonna roll charm. And you could basically, I'm pretty sure everybody could come to the good idea of exactly what Kuzco's trying to do to Mika.
Well, uh, Dios will actually step in and be like, Guzmo.
I'm keeping my clothes on. He just wants to run off
Right.
and be mischievous. I'm going to,
And
remind him
give
who's
him on your
boss.
leash or let him go. But well, we were having some fun. At least have some decorum, yeah.
You're right.
Because while our people aren't so so hung up on some of these things, it is a wedding, and let's not embarrass the bride. She might rip you apart, and I do mean that.
He's going to put Mika back to his knees. Yes. I mean, most of this would be Mika's doing, but I do apologize for having to be so example setting.
Hmm?
Yes.
You do what
And
you have
what-
to do.
Yes, exactly. And what do you have to say on the matter, Mika? Good. That's right. Saying as you're forbidden from talking. I don't know. How about you just... What? I don't know, Niles. Do you feel like he's sufficiently apologized for causing mischief?
I think he needs more alcohol. I think the both of you need more alcohol. Come.
Very much so. Alright, come on, Mutt. Let's get you more lubed up.
Dude.
Not what I
Dude.
meant.
But it's what you
Dude.
said.
Yeah, no, fair enough. When I meant lubricated, I meant drunk, not... oh.
Lewd.
Bad
Dude.
Guzmo.
All right.
Dude.
All right. Moving on. We we move into kind of the later stage of the reception, so to speak, which
Mhm.
really has just blown out the entire concept of reception. It's just a giant party, thousands and thousands of people. People are setting up tents because this shit's not ending on one day, and there's been restocking. Several big old cargo ships will come by, cargo shuttles, and drop more supplies. It's rather kind of a fascinating affair. It's going to be kind of a multi-day event. But nearing kind of the end, a couple people will come by surreptitiously and kind of offer congratulations and a gift.
Hold up. Who is it that swings by?
Nias will actually walk by. And congratulations.
Thank you, brother.
This is what I was hoping to see, this type of thing. I wasn't expecting the music, but I'll take what I can get.
The family of the bride decided to attend.
I was under the impression there wasn't. But
You know, that
I'm glad
impression
to be
was
wrong.
shared. Me too.
Here's a gift to both of you. I have more chaperoning to do, so I
Good
can enjoy
luck.
myself, but not the way I used to want to. But we had something built for you on planet, not in space, not on a ship, but well, you'll see. He'll toss you a pair of keys.
Oh, I see. Awesome.
For when you and your bride wish to vacate the premises.
Hmm.
Have fun.
Thank you, Clanhead.
um, Grandmaster will actually kind of show up.
Ooh.
Awesome.
Congratulations. Oh man, a good party. Haven't been at a good party. It's so lively.
Are you finding the booze to your liking?
Oh yeah. Bagpipers especially. Last time I went into combat with bagpipes, God, that was a wild day. It was mortal back then.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember how long ago, but it was our first joint op with humans, which we'd never done before. Don't remember all the fancy details, but that stuck me. Some guys in these just wild outfits showed up, and instead of a commandant or some sort of commanding officer, some guy in bagpipes walked up and is like, "All right, lads, let's give it to him.
Yeah.
Watch the left flank, and make sure you take two with you." And they just charged with bagpipes. uh,
That sounds like an adventure. I should like to hear of it sometime.
no, that was some of the worst fighting of my life. But it's just kind of strange. Some of the stuff that sticks with you or you remember. Because I certainly didn't remember that until the Pipers came by. Had a couple flashbacks, actually.
How is everyone that's that knew you?
Alive.
Good. I appreciate it. Your restraint, as ever, is appreciated.
Well, I was planning on give you something else, but this I actually can remember where this came from now. I have a lot of things in my bag that I just don't remember why I picked them up or the purpose of don't forget or you don't always remember so and so or a token of this and that. I remember this one now, and she'll hand you kind of a little flag, like a little teeny flag and a tassel that's mud stained and bloodied, wild colors, and there's a kind of a fighting um, fighting bear on it.
Oh, nice.
In a kilt.
Of course. I would expect nothing less.
And here, you can probably fix them. That was from the lead piper. And yeah, he did not fall first, despite leading the men into battle. Absolutely wild. And here, little book. Couple little tricks I've learned along the way. Maybe it'll help. Maybe it'll be completely useless, but who knows? Little life tricks, little common sense stuff.
I appreciate it. You are welcome here. I do not know any other way to say it. You have done many things since I met you that are worthy of praise. Some of them have even been for me.
Well, I appreciate it, and honestly, I'm glad I'm welcome. Just I'll teach you whatever you want, just not that thing.
Perfectly okay.
Yeah, so
I don't
I'll
begrudge you it.
I'll leave you to it. Looks like I'm holding up the line.
Thank you, Grandmaster.
And you're gonna receive quite a few people arriving with gifts, especially of like big harvests of food, fruits, meats, and this means a lot for you because
Mm-hmm.
that's a lot of food. You
Yeah.
guys haven't had food like this.
Oh,
And
shit.
they're just arriving with baskets and baskets of food. It's just some of them are little delicacies.
Oh shit, Gizmo forgot to give the gift he brought for you guys. Damn. Oh well, I
No,
guess he'll
no.
just. I guess he'll just.
You can get in line.
Yeah, as I'm saying, he's just gonna him and fucking Maker and just chill out in this line. He's
Yeah.
definitely not letting me take off that leash again.
And everyone of the group kind of shuffles up and hands in a gift. And kind of further back in the line is Uberlept. And she kind of comes back and gives a big shark smile and kind of, without ceremony, just hands a regimental seal. Took me a bit to figure it out. Time doesn't pass like it does in other places, unlike the Dark Isle. I went back and got him for you. And when I told them it's too bad they're going to miss your marriage, they got up. So, treat them right. I don't know how long you'll have them, but know that they're at rest and at peace. And then she'll just kind of awkwardly walk off.
I assumed that whole interaction was for ours team.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's kind of holding a regimental patch. And it's just kind of blinks at it, just almost kind of a blank stare in her face. She doesn't know what to do with it.
You said it's a regimental.
Yep, it's the regimental patch of her fallen first company.
Okay. As she's sort of looking at it, Kuzmo will reach out for it.
Kuzmo!
Sorry, not Kuzmo. Kuzmo's been in my brain because he won't shut the fuck up. I love you, buddy.
Effect on a lot of people.
It's true. Alhazred will reach for it. And if she doesn't stop him, he'll put it sort of on the shoulder where like a regimental patch would go, and he'll
Mhm.
just thump it and have it fuse with her dress.
She shakes her head at you, just like only you.
Well, they were clearly important to you.
Yes, they were. Kuzma, you finally get up to the
Excellent.
front of the line.
Ah, good.
Kuzma's just gonna wander up with a drink in his hand and Mika's leash in the other, and actually, back to the sense of fucking decency currently. Well, hesitant. Earlier I had forgotten to bestow on you the gifts I actually brought for this occasion.
You catered my wedding. I didn't expect anything more.
Well, all the same. I mean, first off, I was going to be here anyway, so I think Choga is I wanted to make sure the place is a lot more lively. Your wedding is much more lively than I expected. Fun. No, but your art gallery did make me think. And I decided that not only did I want to bestow a proper wedding gift, but also gifts as a sign of friendship between our people as well. So, and he's gonna hold like 3 different parchments. He's just going to show them off each, and each of them are like fairly well painted. 2 of them are landscape pieces, and one of them is this scene inside of like a town of this festival. It's pretty up to Kuzma standards. There's nothing particularly lewd, but there's a lot of, degeneracy going about. Drinking, debauchery, tasteful nudity, proper tasteful nudity, actually tasteful. And he's going to explain that this is, in fact, 3 pieces that I made around a historical event back when I still was on Galarian alone. It is, in fact, the proper founding of Gurnberry as a city-state and the finishing of what is known as the Kuzbold Keep. It was a momentous occasion for our people, rather than being just a simple town with renegades and misfits. We became a proper society, an actual force within the world. And I wanted to share a piece of that history with you.
Thank you, Kuzma. I'll talk to Nios about seeing them hung up in our gallery.
He smiles. Yes, I would hope so. I wanted to present something of like immense value rather than just, I don't know, some decanter or something. But yes, it seems the events are most lively. I've been to several royal or noble, or I'm not sure what the term you would use, but many formal events, and not many are nearly as comfortable as this is.
We are not a formal people.
No, it makes it much more enjoyable for me. Speaking of which, I do apologize on his behalf for his misbehaving. Although I'm sure
I
you want.
don't mind. I understand pets act the way they do.
Yes, he could be such a handful, but all the same, he's going to grab my hair. I'm sure
Then-
that you would appreciate if he apologized.
Oof.
Apology accepted.
I know my husband doesn't see on even level on certain topics, but we'll work it out.
Good.
Indeed.
Anyway, I just wanted to make sure that all was well and that you in fact got these three murals which I brought for you. Anyway,
Thank
I do, and also a toast. May your love be long and never lose its shine.
And Alhazard will absolutely toast to that.
Yes. Anyway, I'm going to go about enjoy the festivities before I need to hunt down your brother and
Go have
talk
fun.
about peace treaties.
Keep people from bothering Lady Lash. She might get irritated and eat some of the guests.
Yeah, it's okay. I shall assist in keeping Lady Lash from pointing people in her mouth.
It's not a mouth you have to concern yourself with.
That is both terrifying and kind of arousing. Anyway, oh wait, maybe she could explain that weird thing about bellies and sexualness.
I
I'll ask her.
believe she could.
Come on, Mika, we have learning to do.
That's going to be a fun conversation.
Yeah.
I give Arstine a look.
So it's a couple of the gifts will surprise you, Alhazard, from the people. Some of them are not just food.
Oh, okay.
Some of them are really old Cyber Psycho mods.
Oh,
Implants.
wow.
Like old as Vicaros type of stuff. These ones are, a lot of them are defunct. As in, if you put them into someone, the rejection is 100%, they'll die.
Mhm.
But they still have all. It's an older design, and these have been long since become obsolete. But the memory of the person is in there. A lot of the older implants have a long memory.
Right.
Things eaten, skills learned, survivals, battles won, losses survived. Some of these are a little dangerous because Cyber Psycho had died with these, and they couldn't get an implant implanted into someone else. And newer, better, more efficient models came out, and you're seeing things like the original ether conductor model.
Ooh.
The thing is big and chunky and just hard to imagine you can fit that in a person.
That's why they grow them big.
Right. And you're given little trinkets here and there that would look kind of weird besides a couple of the other foods, and then the bolts of cloth here and there, woven hand baskets. And but yeah, they're kind of just seated throughout pretty much all of the different gifts, and you receive hundreds and hundreds of gifts.
Hazard's not sure how he feels about gifts. Like, it's a little awkward because he wasn't really expecting them. He expected people to show up, and that's why he secured someone else having to deal with feeding everyone. But like, in Alhazard's living memory, there has never been a wedding where people can afford to give away this much stuff.
Right, and sometimes it's just a little bowl with a couple, with just a bowl of cherries.
Even that used to be a king's ransom. So he's like, oh, sweet, cherries.
And these are the ones with the seeds in them. So, and like certain families, they'll walk up, they'll give you like some dried meat. Some people can afford to give a lot more, especially the pure. Pure, they come in with just big old racks of like ribs, like from a big creature that they've smoked.
Mhm.
and prepare it for you. Mm,
Oh, Alhazred welcomes it all. Like, this is a huge deal for him.
Mhm.
This is probably the most emotional most of the people here have seen him.
Yeah, everyone brings some sort of food or some sort of amenity. Like one family, they bring toilet paper. They
No, 100%.
just things that were fought over, things that just disappeared, that weren't made, that you couldn't get anymore. One of the pure comes by and he gives you a bag of coffee beans, a big one, like a 4-pound bag of coffee beans.
Oh, that's going on this character sheet. You know it's going on the character sheet.
Like you get chocolate, vanilla, orange, like, and then from the augments, the augment that show up, they oh, there's my dog. Hey, honey, give me one moment. You go.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna go do the thing with the dog, and give me one moment. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. Sorry, but he's the doggo.
Nope. Go for it.
Yay.
Wow.
Yeah. This is going really well.
Right? I was so stressed that when those fucking troops came down the center of the aisle, we were about to have a fight. And I was
Yep.
gonna be like, this is gonna go so well and so poorly.
Oh yeah, no, I was waiting to throw down and have people go, "Oh shit, that fucking elf that Goose will be carrying around is like legitimately a powerful transmuter because he's throwing acid everywhere and he just turned that person into a goddamn toaster or some shit." Yeah, no. If you think if you think Mika can't seriously throw down some fucking force with magic, or a bow for that matter, then you are really on some shit. The only reason
Fair
that
enough.
the only reason he's not currently carrying a bow is because well, he doesn't need to be armed for what he's doing.
Hmm.
Yeah. But I do actually have Kuzmo carrying that really nice bow and arrow set in case it should go down, so that he can just throw that to Mika and be like, "Fucking have at them, you beautiful arcane archer motherfucker." It's like one part wizard, one part nature magician. I forget the actual term. What is it called? The Mystic Theurge, something like that.
Mystic Thurge, yeah.
Yes, Mystic Theurge. It's like that, but instead of like raw divine magic, it's more like nature. It's more nature magic. I mean, if you get in super technical, it's the nature aspects of the Kuzmo inside of the religion, but details.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
And also, like, the little fucker deserves it. Like, outside. I know, I don't think Blatt has shown this, but Mika is himself a sadistic motherfucker. Wait, no, you've seen Mika before.
I've met Mika before, yeah.
Yeah, no, you know exactly what he's like when he doesn't have someone he generally respects around. This is probably a little bit cathartic, then, isn't it?
No, I don't care. That's the thing, is like Alhazred's people are pretty chill about that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like we're not real big on, how do I put it? We're not real big on restraint, I guess. That's not quite the right word.
You're not a bunch of fucking prudes.
Yes. That is a way to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Kuroko, help me out on this one. What am I trying to say?
I don't know.
Well, you're no help.
Nope.
Yeah.
Those are times ago.
You
Fair.
guys are
Now that
fun.
tracks.
You guys are fun. Not quite it. You haven't quite hit the Gardenberry Lusty Slink level of fun, but you guys are fun.
We probably won't.
And that's probably a good thing.
You'd think so.
Yeah. Because the shit that goes on in the Dirty Lizard stays in the Dirty Lizard. Yeah. I know I could probably be bad about that sometimes, but there is generally a time and place for that higher tier degeneracy.
Maybe.
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 Well, it's not a hard and fast rule. It's more like a highly suggested guideline.
So when you're all said and done, the party's starting to close. Chamonix is gonna come up with a nice big old J.
Nice big old J.
Yep, just a big letter J. He
Yep,
carries in just a gigantic letter J.
And it's like, this is my gift, and I hope we can share it together.
Presumably, Arsene is down with that. Alhazard certainly is.
Also, out of character, Alhazard, I hope you understand that contextually after this reception, Kuzma's probably found a couple other people that might be interested in, meeting up with Kuzma and Mika later on.
I
Having an
mean,
after party to the after party.
they're free to. You just have to keep up with them. So I'm going to warn you that most of the people on the groom's side of the wedding are sturdy. And most of them are not willing to be put on a leash. They're looking to put you on one.
Yeah, like, here's the thing. It's mostly going to be Mika they're going to be having their fun with. Kuzma just kind of enjoys the spectacle of it all.
Fair enough.
I mean, hey, might he get involved if the opportunity shows? But honestly, Miko kind of fucked up, and there's no way I could put this. It doesn't immediately shoot way past minor subjective right into fucking blatant.
Fair.
All I can say is that Mika probably knowingly shivers in both terror and excitement. That's
I
about as
mean,
far as I
we're
can
not
go.
small people.
I mean, in Venice, neither is Kuzmo.
There you go. But yeah,
And if push come to shove, as I said, transmuter.
transmuter. But yeah, like he'll sit and share a joint with Chamonix, just kind of hang out for a bit, watch everybody
yeah.
mingling and
His
having a huge
weed
party.
is so popular. Everyone wants
Do
some
I
weed.
smell someone smoking shit?
Oh yeah, everyone's smoking it now. Chamonix,
Kuzmo's gonna wander over.
yeah, Chamonix
What's that?
has packed probably the equivalent of several tens of thousands of blunts. He's got pipes.
Ooh.
Nothing crazy. It's just weed because that was easy to do. But and you don't get to pick what you get. It's just pick one. Just go up, grab one. It'll have a mystery flavor. They're all good.
Is that fog leaf? Are you guys over here smoking fog leaf?
Yeah. It is quite the event. As for what the augment give you, Alhazred,
Mm-hmm.
they're gonna give you little trinkets, little 3D printed little models. Some of them are gonna be scenes of the past. Some are gonna be old files. Nothing that has nothing to do with military. You know, little copied files before the augmented became so militant. They're little scriptures of kind of old memories. That's also some of the things they give you. Little modules for old remembrances. Good things. Fond, none of the grudges or any of that. But little things that made people smile.
Right.
Because that's one of the biggest gifts that the augment can give each other is happy memories. Little things that are it's not yours because it's demarcated in your memory bank as someone else's, but it's a gift. And they'll have these. They've taken really well to the art scene too, where they kind of build these little light sculptures with crystals and lenses and little foci lasers that kind of make these
Oh,
dazzling
nice.
displays. And they're all really small stuff you don't have to carry or have a ship to take. Some of them are keychains.
Yeah, he'd like that sounds ballin' as fuck, honestly. And Hazard will thank them each profusely.
Art scene just kind of leans over. I don't think we're gonna be able to eat all that food. You think we should share?
I would. Either here or in the labyrinth.
I think
Good.
since this is going to go on, we should share here and for the days to come. The food pile's still, Jesus.
It's still growing. There was a time when my people liquefied our dead and ate them as slurry. Food is always going to be something dear to us.
And you have people out there just eating orange, the whole orange,
The
not
whole
peeling off
fucking
the rind.
orange, yeah.
Just, same with apples. They don't core the apple. They just eat the whole
Mm-mm.
apple.
Yeah.
They'll spit out the seeds, but
I saw someone do that to a pineapple the other day. That was disgusting.
Just
Like, not the whole pineapple. Like, you can take off pieces of it, and like the pineapple piece comes out, and you
Mhm.
eat that, and the fruit's on it. But then the last part is the skin, and she ate that too. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yes.
absolutely. And you also get gifts from the old people. The ones that survive up until now and actually look old. Some people have to
Right.
be wheelchaired up. Some people walk over, and some of them give you weird stuff like knitted crochet scarf.
Oh, hell yeah.
One of the older ones gives you an ancient uniform, folded and pressed in kind of a little box. Little historical pieces, or they handmade
Right.
stuff.
I mean, are these also like these are all ancient Centauri craft, right? Like we
Yeah.
talked about this in depth.
These
Like
are things they went and bought or received a long time ago. They've held on forever. That never got. These are the things that got snuck
Heirloomed.
by the reclamation effort for any and all resources. These
Mhm.
were tucked away, hidden away. Some of them are new. Some of them are just new things made by old hands.
Mhm. Oh yeah, those are definitely going in the like keep it secret, keep it safe supply, because there's some of this stuff that only this person knows how to make now, because the art, like the craft of it, has been lost.
One's an old flintlock pistol
Oh hell yeah.
from the time when you guys had to use flintlock. That went away very quickly, but I mean, all those guns got destroyed and melted down and repurposed.
Mhm.
Too much metal in them. This pistol still existing is a big breach of clan policy. Like this gets you in the more desperate times recycled.
Right.
And he just kind
We're
of gets
just gonna
good with it.
just gonna tuck that away. I'm just gonna put that in a belt underneath my my outfit.
Yeah, he does it with a little mischievous grin on his face, just like I know what I did.
I
It's your
know what I
problem now,
did.
kiddo.
I'm gonna give him like a deep nod.
Yep, it's
Husband's totally gonna work on that later, and he's gonna make it all cool and modern, but also, a flintlock still.
mhm.
I'm gonna put some shit on that.
That flintlock uses a 50 caliber ball.
Yep.
And there are 10 balls unused, which is also a big breach.
Oh yeah. No, those are solid iron. You kidding me?
No powder though.
Meh.
But the
wouldn't
the
care.
powder horn's there, but no powder.
Cool.
Yeah. And the thing is not gilded or nothing's fancy about it. It's all just streamlined and efficient.
Oh yeah. Literally, we went from swords to flintlock muskets in the space of like 6 months. And then we went, these won't work at all, and upgraded to newer weapons. As like we basically were like capturing tech from people we'd killed, and then like, how does this work? We built a prototype. What is that? It fires a big bullet. Okay, how does it work? Blam! Really well, but it takes 20 seconds to reload it. Make me one that shoots 30 of them.
Can we just make 30 of them? No!
It's called a cylinder box.
Yeah. But yeah, the standard heavy assault rifle used in the war before we upgraded to laser weapons, Kuzmo, was a 50 caliber weapon.
Yes, I'm aware because I've been playing Doom like a lot.
Yeah, that was what the Centauri used, was the heavy assault rifle from Doom with the
Yeah, but
inbuilt
it-
micro missile launcher.
That thing inspires me.
Like,
It's a
seriously,
beautiful
only is-
gun.
Yeah, not only do I fucking love the thing, I like gun. It has now finally provided a template I might finally use to up the DACA for another character. Because he seriously fucking needs.
Well,
it at
you
this
can
point.
get one. You can get it Seraphim forged.
I could
I-
I could make you one that's that level of quality. It works on
here's the
monsters.
thing. I absolutely would love that gun, but Kuzma is not the character of which I speak.
Ah,
No,
yeah.
that's fair.
That's fair.
But yeah, definitely gonna put a pin in that should Guzmo get the fucking forever box. Round two, motherfuckers. Let's see what we can do that Nordy made impossible.
So, the last gift comes from the unexpected, the old clan head. And yeah, you'll just put a key card in your hand and just kind of stare out at the festivities. Kind of nod to himself as you kind of see, just a acceptance kind of roll over it. It happened. This is what we're going forward with. And he'll just kind of walk off. He'll just kind of wave over his shoulder.
I'll give him a nod. My empathy is open. I don't have one of the implants meant to guard people from sensing it.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna send him relief and gratitude.
You know what this is? This is one of those new.
Newfangled contraptions.
No, it is a key card to access the hangar bay, where they're making the new exploratory space vessels.
Ooh.
You've been you've talked to him before about wanting to go back to explore.
Ah, he remembered. Ah, that's so awesome.
One of the spaceships in the dock has your name on it. They're small, they're fast, they've got a lot of toys, and it's staff enough for 4, or room enough to house 4 people for extended journeys.
Oh, Hazard's not gonna cry. He's not gonna cry. He's not gonna cry.
Soon, those models will be able to dock at the larger vessels that they're going to be building. But for now, best to build the smaller vessels with smaller crews with the better toys because it's faster to make. And these are damn expensive.
Right.
More so than some of your war vessels. These you're not sure where they got the design because it didn't come from the war journal or the war logs. Or maybe they repurposed something from the war logs and just ripped out all the, all the extra ammo capacity for missiles and torpedoes and put in sensor equipment, radar, sensoriums, teleporters. I don't know. But there's a long wait list for, like, a really long wait list to get on one of these ships. And you're just going to get one.
Oh,
Available
guys,
for the floor.
guys, yeah, we got a ship.
I mean, it's still the size of a, it's a very large ship.
Right.
It's not gargantuan.
No, that tracks, but it's still like this is Al Hazard's like thing. Like this is what he wanted to be before he ended up in the labyrinth.
Mhm.
This is like literally the equivalent of a childhood dream.
Yeah, and with the Shatterstar clearances, you can stop by and refuel and restock and do whatever you want with the ship. There's no you can decide when there's leave or where you're going to research or where you're going to invest your time.
He's gonna let out a mildly unhazard like giggle and sort of like sweep Arstine up and around for a minute.
Yeah, and since you don't have an empath blocking implant, everyone just kind of feels it and just there's a big uproarious cheer.
Woo!
All right. And that'll end up concluding the first day of the wedding party. Everyone here, all the Centauri and guests are going to be partying for several days.
Mhm.
But you guys can, of course, retire early if you'd wish. if you guys also wish to talk to certain NPCs, some are going to stay. Like Grandmaster, she's staying for the whole thing. That is so much to drink. Like, oh. And it's all good. It's all good alcohol too. There'll be several drinking competitions, several games. Obstacle courses will be set up. Competition set. One of the weird ones is they'll deconstruct the ale barrels. They'll assign 3 full ale barrels to a team, and it's your job as a team to drink the entire barrel of ale. And then you need to deconstruct the barrel of ale and build a suit of armor for one of the people on your team. And then that guy has to fight the other guy in the barrel armor.
What the fuck did I miss?
Oh yeah, and it's drinking games.
Yep. We getting crazy up in here. It's party time.
Yeah.
It is party time. This is not the after party. This is
There's no after party. There's the party, and as the days goes on, it gets crazier.
Yep, trust me, there's already a plan for Kuzma to add to that crazy.
Bringing your sex toy wasn't enough?
Well-
For starters.
Yeah. You can bring your people here too. Now that the party's in full swing, there's no like assigned seats or the
Oh yeah, no, I
um,
feel like by
sure.
now they've all started filing in.
Oh yeah, and they're also bringing their own, booze that they've made, and more food, and
Yeah, once the Kuzmoans get here, things start to get up a little bit.
this
So
turns into a
because-
full Woodstock event. With
smoke it and drink it and
Mhm.
Carrying
unsavory
on.
shit. Yes,
And bagpipes will be heard for a whole week, but at the end of the week, they do a final presentation, and they all stop playing and they salute, and they turn to dust.
Their souls, are they still there?
They've been laid to rest a long time ago. This was
An echo. I see.
actually an empowerment through her sister. She gave
Very
them
nice.
one more chance. And they fed off the energy of just all these people. Just well, maybe not fed off of, but they rided the wave of energy produced by all these people having a big party. And when that died down, they couldn't stay any longer.
Yep. I feel like with the energy that was brought by Kuzmo, Mika, and the Kuzmoans, one of those bagpipes turns into a saxophone.
Oh, the bagpipes, they disintegrate too. These were destroyed a long time ago.
Yeah, I bet during the party, but
Just bring out a saxophone.
I actually feel like within the context,
Yeah,
like also
the-
a bunch of the musicians from the Blood First Brotherhood would probably join in on the playing too, just
Yeah.
for that musician camaraderie, that
Oh, yeah,
military band. But
Yeah, the pipe major, before he disappears, he will hand his bagpipe, which looks like it's been restored. It's not one of the ones that were working despite being obviously damaged or just inoperable.
Mhm.
This one is probably the last one, the last bagpipe of the Dark Isles before it was ravaged by war and
wow, that's
locked from time.
deep.
And he'll give another salute. First Regiment
Dead.
dismissed. And he will fade away.
Yep. Kuzma's applauding that, as he fucking should. I mean, like, am my opinion's wrong? They literally came back from the dead, from actually worse than the dead, just for one final show, and they gave it their all.
Well, they came back for her.
Right.
Yep.
because
Yeah.
these were Arstine's people. This was her regiment. And when they died, she couldn't retrieve them.
Yes. But also, like, I mean, that is true, but also, am I not wrong? Was this not, like, their last performance? They pretty much gave it all that it
Yep.
was worth?
Fair.
Yeah. That's definitely worth an applaud from Kuzmo and most of his, and pretty much all of his peers.
Kuroko, you do get when you ask, where their souls have gone. They give you a thank you and offer, kind of as one whisper at a time. They've been laid to rest. Uberlept actually went out and buried them all.
And she will say thank you to each and every one of them for the performance. Thank you, my friend
They will
Craft.
leave you a little tassel, a red tassel from one of the bagpipes.
Cool.
She will bow to that.
And yeah, and the sister just kind of gives a very crisp salute and clicks her heels and unfortunately has to leave.
Yeah, we'll see her off to wherever she has to go.
She will unceremoniously walk all the way down to the breach that let in all the first regiment.
Mm-hmm.
And there are two very ominous looking individuals straight out of a Dracula kind of theme, almost like Night
Mhm.
Lords. They're that big.
Oh wow.
And she just kind of hangs her head up for a bit, and you can kind of see through the portal that she's returning to court. Dark Isles were forbidden. They were a sealed place. Going back, you have to answer for it.
Alhazred's gonna as she's leaving. Presumably Alhazred and Narstine are there as she's doing this, right?
Mm-hmm. Artstein, despite being freed from the bond, just so ever so slightly kind of shifts to hide behind you.
No, that's fair. Alhazred is going to stop next to Uberleapt as she's about to go through and be like, "You don't have to go if you don't want to."
The master calls.
That doesn't mean anything. If you don't want to go, you don't have to.
If I don't go, someone's got to go. The choice was given. Either Artstein has to go or I do. And I owe her a couple.
You know, I stripped this progenitor's power from her. I could do something similar to you.
I know. But debts have to be paid.
Hmm.
Promises have to be honored. Or words mean nothing. What's the point of words if you can't hold to them? I'll be back.
Fair enough. I'm going to take a like a brick of gold bullion, and I'm going to hit it with my hammer and render it down to a coin, like Bernalt did for me.
Mhm.
I'm going to hand it to her. If you need us, call. It's the least I can do for my new sister-in-law.
Well, I just might. All right, time to pay the piper. And she'll walk through the portal, and the guards just kind of stare down at you. They're so large. And they kind of turn one at a time, left first, then right. And they'll walk into the portal. And it will close.
Hazard's going to stare at it for a second, and then he's going to turn around and put his arm around his wife.
She's always been like that. Always getting into trouble. But she always gets into the right kind of trouble. She's always been ask for do first, ask for permission never. But something always comes of it. Whether it's to give someone a proper send-off or an honoring, or shows up in the nick of time when somebody needs it the most. But to do so, well, she has to break pretty much at least a dozen different mandates, orders, and laws to do it. Most of the time, she's given a slap on the wrist or a banishment to be a temporary banishment, or must go into exile. Maybe be forced into torpor for a bit. It may be different with the Dark Isles. That was an absolute command. The Dark Isles were sealed for a reason. Tell you about them one day. But
One day.
it'll require some of the better booze you got, because I'm not doing it sober.
Perfectly acceptable. If she needs us,
Well, we'll be there. I'll just, the card was not to be taken lightly. I'll just leave it at such.
I don't. I know full well, or at least I have an inkling of, how powerful he is. But the fact of the matter is, he's not unchallengeable.
He's not. But you also need to be beware of the ties that bind.
Hmm.
Because he didn't get it from just himself. He himself has a tie that binds to the higher power. Along with, not particularly a brother, but someone that came to be through a certain amount of decisions. He is a result of Cain and his actions.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say he's a direct descendant, but he is what we call a universal consequence. What Cain has done has directly resulted in his creation. And the power that he has inherited through that goes directly to the one who the first death. Medaris resulted from the first murder.
Mm-hmm.
And he is the one who created the ties that bind. So all of that goes through him. And assaulting Alucard, you would need to get permission from Medaris first.
Something
It's a little
to
bit of
consider.
politicking, but it's necessary, because if you make an enemy of Medaris, our life is going to be very miserable. Everywhere we go across the tapestry, there's a people called the Sinners.
Mm-hmm.
And if you make an enemy of Medaris, every one of the Sinners is an enemy through the ties that bind. whether they like to or not. If you could be friends, it's now impossible. It ripples through the ties. And our lives just will be inconvenienced and impossible. You won't be able to get any work done. We will become unhappy. It could be literally anything from just being refused to be seated at a restaurant, or wait times for something that we want to, like to a show. Well, we're left waiting, and the show actually happened, and we didn't get to participate, even though we paid for the tickets. Even petty stuff like that. So
What a remarkably irritating curse.
it is, because it'll be normal people, not Madaris, coming after you. The normal people that have done nothing wrong. Well, they are sinners, but that wouldn't have been an enemy to you. But now they'll get their pound of flesh, even if it's somebody spitting in your food at a restaurant, or purposely messing up your order. Not that you're a picky eater, but
Hmm.
I mean, it could even be so much as having to wait 2 hours for food, and it's served cold.
I'll make my own at that point.
Pretty much.
None of these problems seem insurmountable, but I imagine
They're
that they
not.
would add up and they would
They do.
escalate.
Everyone is required to act against you. It'll demand one act, and it could be something small. But some people delight in being told that this person's an enemy. Madaris will play with his puppet strings, and if you make enemies of the sinners, you will also be making enemies of the remaining vampires, because taking out Alucard doesn't remove the ties that bind.
That's fair. I didn't necessarily intend to kill him, but taking his things sounds like something that would be amusing.
The only other thing I can think of that would be able to combat something on that level would be Kuroko's new people.
Mm-hmm.
Once she's done, and they have rebuilt their civilization, and they're in their first golden age, then they could, if they were inclined to, provoke Alucard and the sinners, because you would need a tapestry-wide force. Hell is one of the very few places that is tapestry-wide, but I don't know. I don't want to put that commitment. So if we're going to act against Alucard in a impactful, meaningful way that'll leave you satisfied, we'll have to go make a deal for it.
Good to know.
I do know that he is looking, and you could make a good deal for it. You have skills and the ability to design certain things that Madaris wishes to equip his people, because he has his enemies too. He's too ancient for it. For him not to
Did you
have.
literally just say he's too fucking old?
Yeah, he's too ancient for him not to have enemies, especially with
You know
big
how
guns.
old
he
it
was
is?
too old to make his own shit. Like, what the?
No. Oh, no. An immortal being? Absolutely not.
That's what the fucking say. Like, I know it's the case of Kuzo, but that's not because he's ancient. It's because he's a fucking stubborn asshole.
Excuse me.
Anyway, backtracking. Anyway, sidestepping aside. Go ahead. Yeah. For the record, I was comparing this ancient individual. I thought you were saying is he was too old to make things. Yeah.
No,
Sorry,
you're good.
my
I
headset
killed
cut
the
out a little
flow.
bit. Sorry, no, my headset cut out a little bit.
Oh, I see.
I had to fix it. I might have to replace my headset soon. But they're expensive, so I'll see if I can hold
Right,
out.
you motherfucker. The fuck is that?
Ah, and the quest goes on. You thought this was the end? Ha! No, I'm just kidding.
Nice.
With this is a unifying thing for your people. And I will conclude your nemesis here.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, fucking sweet.
There's only Nemesis 1, but I will give you 1 extra fate point for the difficulty of it. Because I've elongated it, and it's escalated, and I turned a Nemesis 1 to something very... It's just a big story. So I'll give you 1 extra fate point for it, and... You know, everyone involved, Kuzmo,
Yeah.
you can go ahead and receive a boon,
Hey, I have
as
2
well as
boons.
Kuroko.
I received 2 boons and also a drunken show.
Well, 1 boon from this.
Yes, I made the drunken show myself.
Johnny, you got that?
Oh yeah.
For your support and help in his story, you will get a boon as well.
Thanks, guys.
Yo, well,
This
yo, well.
Because that's what friends do. And shit. There,
Oh,
now the
man.
voice is kicking on.
I have been wrestling this fucking Nemesis since like the 2nd or 3rd session.
Ew.
But it's never been something you couldn't just beat over with a hammer.
Mm-hmm. But that would have
Anyway,
been
Sorry, mister, go ahead.
that wouldn't have been a satisfying ending.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to the point where your people were literally you were too strong. Like if you wanted to force an issue, they couldn't stop you. You could have took over and just said, "This is how we're doing it. Stop being idiots." But you didn't. So that's why it became so long. And finally, we have reached some serious closure with it.
Woo!
Yeah. And so, anyway.
This round
But,
will be christened specifically or honored for people to go if they want to receive a marriage in the way Shatterstar did it. Something with a little more structure and formality.
what?
Well, normally people in the Centaurus system, they just, if 2 people agree on a marriage, they, sign some forms, and then they have a big party with friends.
Oh, yeah, you're talking
This
about...
is a literal wedding.
Yeah. You're talking about... This is setting up like an actual genuine marriage tradition. Cool.
Mm-hmm. If they so wish. It's not...
Yeah.
this site will be purposely kept just for that.
That's very good. Also, speaking of formal occasions, Al Hezred, me, some of my people, and a couple of your people have sort of formed a sort of side party going on. I wouldn't know if you were interested in being invited over there.
I have to go consummate my wedding.
Oh yeah, that's true. It would be very bad form to go to that kind of event until you've consummated your own marriage.
Well, if you wish to
Yeah.
go with the boys, I will eventually steal myself into the party and abduct you. It'll be fun, like a little game.
I feel
People
like
might
it would be bad form for him to join said activities before he joined you.
No, he's made a good choice because people would get really, really hurt if I did that. Because if I have to hunt my prey, it's a little hard to control.
I really like her.
I know, right?
I mean,
Um,
like clearly she is a good match for you, but damn if I can't admire.
as long as you admire from a distance. Essentially, he's saying if you put your hand, if you touch her, he'll break your arm
Uh-huh.
or tear it
you
off
defend
again.
yourself, too.
I'll hazard.
Oh,
You
sure,
have to
but that's
understand with-
that's not the point.
When you say from a distance, are you in fact inviting me to?
No.
Okay, I wanted to be clear on that.
Very well. Let us be clear. No.
Yes, which is good too because I've got to go see to the festivities involving Mika. You two have fun, and Alhazred, get her,
Hmm.
get her.
You'll find Mika and Macalky having an intellectual argument about magic, but they're both drunk, so they're making no sense. And
What
it's mostly a
the-
conversation of yaha, nuh-uh, yaha, nuh-uh.
What the fuck? Mika!
What?
I thought you were, seeing to some of the guests.
I have. I saw two other guests. Ah.
Wow, Centauri must have a really short span then. Damn.
Well, he's partaken of some of the fogweed. A lot of it actually, full blunt by himself.
Let's see.
And he is also drunk a lot. This Mika's that's not coherent. He's having a Johanna conversation with Kalki.
So basically, when I was inviting people to, come spend some time with this adorable pet, he's going to pat Mika on the head. He is apparently too drunk and far too intoxicated by fogweed to do much of anything.
Well, Chamonix's handing them out, one blunt per person. You get mystery flavor, they're all good. He's once those are out, brownies will finish.
He's been smoking it bit by bit as he's gone throughout the day. It's just Mika got himself fucking blasted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so everyone is writing the fine line of coherent and not coherent. And there are also rest zones for people who are blasted, as they say, or need 5.
Mika, I will not be. Mika, neither me nor the people who've come to partake will be denied the entertainment. So you're gonna. So as soon as you start to feel a return to normalcy, you know what to do.
Yeah, no.
Great. Macalpi, is this your doing?
What? Oh, I'm Macalky. Yeah, I remember.
Jesus fucking Christ. I also don't even know what the word means, but I just picked it up out of nowhere. But Lamasu's hairy tits. How are you both this blasted right now?
Have you not had the weeds?
Ain't no party like a Centauri party.
Oh yeah. Like if you're not at least somewhat drunk, somebody is plying you with alcohol. Mm-hmm.
Yes, these two, however, have been hit with a literal caravan's worth of alcohol and smoke and fogweed.
Oh, they'll drink it all.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
I noticed.
So.
God damn it. Is Mika even able to fucking stand?
No.
Great. Now he's going to explain to all the people he tempted with, he tempted with Mika. He's like, yeah, apparently one of my most trusted advisors decided to get him blind, stinking, drunk, and high as a goddamn kite.
They just
at
cheer.
the same time.
They just cheer. Woo! Drinking! Smoking!
Yep, nope, that's fair. He should have resumed drinking from the skull himself.
Yeah, so.
So yes, are any of these two even capable of carrying on a conversation?
No, they are. They need a short nap in the rest zones for them to be coherent or anywhere near.
Noted. Well, in that case, he's just going to give Mika a pat on the head, like, okay then, as soon as you regain proper coherence,
Mhm.
slow your roll. I still have use of you.
Mhm.
Several people have use of you.
Mhm. So,
Understand?
he just rests his face on the table, just straight down.
Mm-hmm. Give him a slap on the rump. Understand.
He just mumbles. Unfortunately, we'll kill your vibe, but the he has definitely thought he could take the strength of what was produced, blunt wise, and nope. Chaminade brought the good stuff because there are Centauri
Yep.
who
I
would
mean, this isn't
smoke
surprising.
normal stuff.
Shaman is the one that supplies the dirty lizard, so that makes sense. In fact,
Yeah.
in a way, this is almost good because Mika is also probably going to have a hand in running the dirty lizard from New Demaraz. So,
Mhm.
for him sampling the product is actually probably a good thing.
Yeah, no, this is very strong stuff. This is meant to
Right.
actually affect people with superhuman levels of durability and endurance
Okay, then.
and resistances.
Noted. With
Yeah.
Macalki is also too blasted to have coherent conversation, so basically he is going to grab one of the members of the Blood Frost and like, okay, listen, you. Oh hey, Garrus. Oh hey, Garrus. Funny enough, I run into you here.
Drinking.
Yes.
Party. Yes.
Listen,
Yes.
this I need you to make sure Mika remains. Okay, when I say as he is, I mean like appearance-wise. As soon as he starts
Yeah.
floating back down to a semi-coherent state, I need you to make sure he doesn't get blasted like this again.
I will try my best, sir. But the
Yes,
the
because
Centauri are very they're very clever and rather sneaky despite their size.
and most importantly, do not let him put anything back on. He's to
Yes, sir.
remain in that state until the end of this party.
Yes, sir.
Good. If that changes, let me know. Don't bother messing with him yourself, otherwise he will, I don't know, turn you into a slug. or
Cast a spell, I
something.
mean, sir. Yes.
Yes. Good. Good, good. Otherwise, enjoy the festivities. Just keep an eye on him.
Way ahead of you, sir.
Excellent. I see what you did there.
He'll salute you with his big tankard of ale that's already half empty.
Excellent. He's going to top him off too.
Mm-hmm. Go. As you guys are nearing the end of the first day, Nios and a lot of the not younger generations of the Centauri are going to excuse themselves. They're not going to be able to endure more of this.
Are you talking about the J, or what are you talking about here?
Oh, I'm talking about the party. So at the end of the first day,
Yeah,
all of the older Centauri and those who have to return their posts,
do so.
they're gonna
I
leave.
get that.
Yeah, they're gonna leave. Do you want to go with them, or are you gonna stick around at the party?
I'm just wondering why would I go with them to?
Oh, that Nios is going, and a lot of the
Sorry, other girl.
She'll lock the door.
I don't know.
Six has to return.
Mhm.
He has a couple projects he can't put off. Bernault also needs to return to her new master.
I see. It's nice to
Right,
see them.
and
Haven't seen her in a while.
oh yeah, Alhazard definitely is going to be like follow up with the Dragon Lord on like, is this guy treating you well? Like, are you happy there? Like he's looking after her.
Oh, it's not so bad. He actually is competent.
But is he
Not
respectful?
my. Dragons are never truly respectful of those under their command. I'm not treated poorly, but I am valued for my service and what I can do and what I provide. But unfortunately, dragons, unless they're of a more scholarly nature, don't particularly give respect.
At
In
least
fact,
courtesy,
it's
then.
almost a foreign concept.
I can understand that. Remind him that you have friends outside of his home. Or not, at your discretion. But if you are in trouble, I will come help.
No, the trinket you gave me, and she's got one of those tasseled shoulders, the or tasseled palms.
Epaulets.
Yeah,
Yep.
the epaulets. Yep. Each one of the epaulets has a different insignia or symbol.
Hmm.
It basically shows allegiances and bonds, and the one you crafted for her is on one of the epaulets.
Oh, okay.
So anyone looking will not mistake. If they know what it is, they won't mistake that this person is without allies. Because a lot of people will pick on dragons or dragon knights because they aren't protected. They have no one to call to come to aid if if they're in trouble. Makes them targets the bully,
Right.
especially in Dragon Court. Showing off bling like that, alliances and allegiances is a big deal. The more you
Right.
have and the more prestigious that alliance is, big deal. In fact, some dragon knights have higher positions than straight dragons because of that,
No, that makes sense.
which makes respecting them. Some of them will, which is super rare, but mostly it'll just be invoke envy,
Mm.
either to get that dragon knight to serve them, elevating their position, or how dare that dragon knight be in a higher position in the court than me, a dragon? And that's where violence ensues.
Right.
She picked a very, very nasty, violent dragon.
Hmm.
Very clever. She's actually serving a black dragon. But this one is very, very smart.
Okay.
Pretty cruel, pretty evil, traditional, but not an idiot.
There we go.
And she would tell you if she was in a problem, or if she would have a problem with the black dragon, because those guys are really hard to, let's say, get along with.
Right.
But not so much for this one. This one actually has its fair share of losses.
So it's learned some humility.
It's learned to expand its thinking outside the box.
No, fair enough.
Right. Unfortunately, the black dragons, they will never ever.
They don't learn even. Fair enough. No, that's fair.
Humility is not. They're also some of the most covetous.
Hmm.
But this one has learned sometimes the most delicious acquisition of new property is when you wait and let it even come to you. It's the plans and the schemes. This one was also very nasty. She found this one on the 7th floor of the dragon hunting grounds.
Fair enough.
I'll ask if the concept still stays the same for the 7th floor, all for yourself.
That's why he's there. But since I'm a dragon knight, I am not technically solo. Normally I would, but I am able to, when I bond with a dragon, I am technically, for the classification of the labyrinth rules, an accessory, a tool, a weapon, shield. Even though I'm still a person, so it's useful that way. Ties that bind.
Eyes that bind. I'm hearing that phrase a lot.
Yeah. Your wife is this ancient race stuff. Different generation. Same generation as Alucard, actually. The dragons. And all powerful species of that generation have a. That's kind of the core concept. We all kind of went with it. We also have courts too, because we can't go without our court gossip and hierarchy system. You can see which one I value more. Love my court gossip.
Tell you what, you can do all of the court shenanigans for me then.
Oh, I'd love to. Just there's some prep. If you're gonna show up at court, even if it's spontaneous, you prep beforehand.
Of course. You can only give the impression of effortlessness. At
Yes.
least this much I remember.
Yes. It's gonna be good. We gotta solve some other things first.
Mm-hmm. But he's gonna offer to give Bernalt an upgrade if she wants one.
She needs one.
Okay.
She's fighting hunters that can make their way up to the 7th floor.
Mhm.
The Black Dragon's actually doing the majority of the fighting. Because he's actually having. Bernalt can't do a frontal attack or even fight 1-to-1. She has to be a
Mhm.
guerrilla or an ambusher or an assassin. Where the dragon is just like, ugh, fucking useless knight. Can't fucking kill these guys. I have to do everything myself. But
Hmm.
it's still appreciative that she's there because she can protect his horde.
Right.
And also kind of control the environment because he has completely magicked up his lair. And she's able to manipulate the wards, which can cast magic that can kill those people.
Ah, she can run layer actions for him then. Essentially.
Yeah,
Okay.
she can run lair actions. And also just being there, having a Dragon Knight attached to a dragon gives the dragon additional legendary actions.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah. Like there are, and it also expands the amount of the more legendary actions, as in more abilities. So Dragon Knights are really important, even if they're just kind of accessories at this point. But she definitely needs better gear.
Fair enough.
Because unfortunately, it's a Black Dragon. He's a little too covetous with the things he has, even to give it to the Dragon Knight.
Mm-hmm.
It'll take years for him to kind of mull over, well, I suppose they've earned it. But it's going to be the slowest because it's a Black Dragon. So, upgrading the armor to the pinnacle of what you can make. The master has actually given her an allowance to go buy it.
Gotcha. Okay.
They are pretty solid level stuff. He's given her quite a bit of supreme level materials, and he's actually given her some, not some of his scales, but scales from other dragons that that dragon's slain to take his position
Okay.
on this. So all floor 7 dragons, armor nigh impenetrable.
Okay. At this point, I'll ask her: does she want scales or does she just want armor?
It matters not. She has her own scales, but they're nothing like a dragon's, and they're kind of a patchwork type of thing. But that's okay
Okay.
because she needs the flexibility.
Right.
Armor has always been kind of the earmark of any of the knights.
Fair enough.
It also protects their anonymity, like their identity. Like
Mm-hmm.
A good helmet will prevent the individual from figuring out the face underneath, because if they can't confirm it, yeah, I know that fighting style anywhere, but because eventually you'll develop your own fighting style that's pretty unique if you
Mhm.
live that long. Yeah, kind of a big deal for Ermer. So it's also a status symbol for the dragon too, because it's like, check out how fucking decked out my Dragon Knight is. Oh, that's right. Dragon
Fair enough.
Society is weird. Dragon Society is weird.
Yeah. No, I
Even their
mean
own knights are
dragons.
literally just check out my money.
Check out the bling I put on my poodle, yo.
You know
Okay.
how it is.
Oh yeah. Um.
That can
So
be done at another time.
yeah, basically he'll upgrade her scales so that they're dragon tough and still just as flexible, and then he'll stunt on her armor and give her some supreme level armor.
Cool. Lady Lash, for her gift, has given you a baggie of dream dust or demon dust. It makes the sexy times rather interesting.
Oh, I
Maybe
see.
not use it on your first date or your first go of it, but you want a wild time, Succubi Demon Dust can either make it weird or crazy or interesting. But you expect that from Lady Lash.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yep. He'll stare at Artine and then pee just a little bit on your boot, and then yep at her. So let him know that I got his back. Don't you? I'll bite you. Yep.
Hey, all, sorry, I'm back.
Noted.
Ferocious, that.
Isn't he just?
All right. Um.
So, yes.
Constantine will give you a cross, Christian cross, in which you can hang on any of your domiciles, and it'll make your territory consecrated ground. So if shades or nightmares decide to show up, it'll give you some protection. It's not infallible, unfortunately, but
Mm-hmm.
there's to make it permanent. It would require several priests to do it,
Right.
and it would have to be the whole building, and there would be a huge ritual. But this will protect you from the more insidious stuff, especially at night when you're sleeping.
And I will absolutely thank him for it.
All right.
Whoa.
That'll conclude the wedding arc.
Woo. And I assume everything goes off without a hitch. Guzma's evil plan goes according to plan.
Involving Mika, sure. But
Yeah. There's for fairness, there is a method to this madness. It is to test the how do I put this? The cultures against each other, because that level of degeneracy is not it's particularly uncommon in Kusumoan formal events. So
a lot of people The Kuzmoans, they're as you'd expect. There's a little bit of difference in resistance from the Centauri. They're pretty open, but it's not as bad because the amount of fogweed or just weed in general being used. So,
Sorry, you both cut out, and someone was saying something, so my attention.
the cultures are Alpha and Centauri. They're accepting, but they
Yeah.
don't particularly participate.
Okay. Yeah.
But they're
Because,
big partiers. They're great people to be around. They're very fighty.
I would imagine so, and that's the thing. Is like Miko is just one instance of what happens when all these Kuzmoans and Pact members come over. It starts celebrating, and the parties, certain parts of the parties turn more to the standard that came out of Gurnberry like 500 years ago.
Sure. One of the big differences also between your people is that there are no food scraps. Period. No rinds, there's no bones, no cartilage, nothing left. When people eat, they eat the whole damn thing.
Actually, that's not uncommon for here either. Although
Yeah.
I feel like there's a difference to what happened. The difference would probably in what happens to it. Leftover, whatever meat or leftovers are left over are generally rounded up and used either as some sort of fertilizer or
Nope.
depending on the condition in, even just
These guys
used,
eat everything, even
yeah, no,
stuff left by other people. They'll
Yep.
be like, "Hey, are you gonna finish that?" I mean, there's nothing left on it.
No,
Yeah, right.
That's what I'm
Crunch.
saying. It's like they're neither using a fertilizer or a community soup bowl. They're using it for either to eat this entire chicken bone.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
No,
yeah.
we'll eat it all.
So the concept's the same. It's the application of the concept is different.
they eat everything. Some of the individuals eat the plates.
Mm.
It's got sauce on it. My ribs were covered in barbecue sauce. Now the plate's covered in barbecue sauce. I'm gonna eat the plate.
Don't eat the plate.
I don't
Nope.
crunch.
They're gonna eat the
No.
plate,
Oh God, no.
and they'll digest that plate.
I mean, is
Oh,
there
yeah.
at least a bread plate?
No.
Oh,
No.
ceramic.
These are like full. These are plastic plates, so that when things
no.
get rowdy.
I mean,
Oh yeah, no, they're
like,
just like no.
I mean, at least the Kuzmoans brought their own plates that were actually made of like an edible bread. Like actually popular around the medieval.
What are you talking
era.
about? Our plates are biodegradable. They're edible.
Exactly.
I guess. But we're all staring at you like eating plastic plates. It's like, huh? Just huh?
Yep, that's us.
One does not think biodegradable when one thinks plastic.
We
Or
had to
edible.
have anything we use has got to be used multiple times because we were so strapped for resources.
Yeah. What?
Johnny.
No, shut. I mean,
He's
fair
muted.
enough.
Yeah,
fair
man.
enough.
Oh. Got a moment?
Mhm.
All right. So, do you want to stick around for the party, or are you gonna? Where are you going? What's the plan with Coco?
Coco.
Oh.
I just don't know if I want to jump to one of my other guys. Deal with the 7th floor auction room there. But for Kuroko Main, once they leave to do their thing, she's going to leave. She's going to go back to hell. And start planning. Still having myself go through the create a species tutorial and start planning out what she's gonna do. what kind of people she's going to make. Will this affect? I guess the question is, are they just made into being, or am I the one that creates the process that they come into
Create the
being?
process. Forge does it.
Forge does it. Okay. So would I be doing this to myself first, or would I be doing it to just someone I choose?
Not necessary if you don't want to. You don't have to do it to yourself first. You don't have to do anything to yourself. But you can devote a Kuroko, like you've been doing, to each of the individual aspects of your
Yeah.
interests and focuses. You can do one to a Kuroko.
Yeah, I guess that's how it's going to be. I have one for everyone else. I think I'll do that when I get my next Legion upgrade, but it's going to be a while anyway. But yeah, I guess I will use myself, have the original Demon Blood as a, one of the last, and have another one of my myselves as a an aspect. But
Figuring
no-
out how to do anything on the Forge is going to take decades.
Yeah, no, that's the plan. It's not going to be a quick process. That's why it's mostly just planning, as one, going through the tutorials, and two, having an idea in mind. While planning's going on, rebuilding of hell is the next thing on the menu. And what Kuroko will do is be so all around the tapestry, and in hell currently, there are builders, there are forgers, there are souls that need a purpose before they pass on. So while going through all of hell and the tapestry, I will build ammo stations, one for each type, so that the souls of my people do not need to die, but can be the ones who manage and man these facilities. And those two will come hand in hand, but what Kuroko will be doing is finding the people, finding the individuals, going to the higher powers and finding the ones that can do this sort of thing.
Which higher powers, though?
That's the thing. She needs to find them. She needs to introduce herself.
All right, we'll have to figure out how to get you to those higher powers, because otherwise,
Yeah.
where are they?
Yeah, exactly. I know they're around. They exist. But what Kuroko can do in the meantime is finding the those souls in hell, one thing at a time. Have their move on process be a building experience instead of a yeah. So that's what my plans are for Kuroko in the immediate future until Alhazard is available, because I plan to go through all the hunting grounds, and I have access now to the seventh, well, the minus one floor. to get the pieces to do all the floors, which then will allow Alhazard to go to floor 0 to and also hopefully to bypass the locking mechanism on floor 11 by going through the elevator instead. Because what the mask said, it was all floors, was it not, Matt?
Mm. Give or take.
Okay. But yeah, that will be an extravaganza to do. Since we can only have 4 people in the elevator.
So let's go to Doom Roko.
Okay.
What is Doom Roko up to?
So last time Duroko was made her wish, and she was supposed to go into the shop on the 7th floor.
Okay. Down to floor 0. You didn't want to stick around and buy some stuff?
Did you? What do you mean?
From the mask on the 7th floor.
Yeah, that was the plan.
What you looking for?
What I'm looking for is a few things in particular.
Hmm.
One is the coldest material you have.
All right. Are you fishing for something or just the coldest material they have?
I'm looking for the coldest material you have. It's pretty simple.
Mm.
I will go around his shop and look. Second thing I'll be looking for is a penultimate material of the 7th floor.
He definitely has one.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It's a candle.
Candle.
Unlit. Looks like a candle at Babylon. It's black
Mm-hmm.
with a purple lattice with a string in it. The coldest material is kind of trapped in a box, as it should be.
Mm-hmm.
It is not something that you're gonna want to open. He warns.
That was the plan. How much?
For that, the price is never open the box.
Price is I never have to open the box.
Well, that box never should be open, nor the contents ever leave that box. That's the price.
Well, as long as the box isn't opened, I suppose. Very well.
Well, the contents should also not be leaving the box.
Very well.
Because I know you clever people can, oh, don't open the box. Ha! That's a loophole. He says don't open it. That doesn't mean I can't go in it
No.
or pull
Just
something
going
out of
to.
it.
Neither. Doomroko will open up a portal, place it inside, and say, "Very well. Now for this candle."
I want a purple fluidium for it.
He'll just go over to the pile of loot he dumped out in front of there. Look for a piece of purple fluidium.
Cool. Well, that's my only penultimate.
Good. Should look around and kind of go down the aisles. What is it like? Is it it's almost like a dollar store, or is it like a pedestal in a museum? What's the area like for his shop?
It's just a bizarre stall. This is a stall. Got knickknacks and trinkets on it, and mask, and it's brother's very compact.
Mhm.
No more than normal tables across. Kind of like the way somebody in the market would just kind of lay out their stuff on a single table.
Right. Gonna look for a dust bag.
He's got a really, really small one. Little pouch. Only holds a couple pounds of it. And that one's like,
How much?
that one's a toughie, because those are hard to come by. As you probably well know. I want a promise. From you, Mr. Mrs. Murderer train of death and stuff.
And he'll get down on one knee and say, "A promise from me
Yeah.
is the single most expensive thing you could ask for."
And you picked the single most expensive thing on my table.
Very well. What is the promise? Because I want to hear it now.
When I need you to do what you do best, whether that's an intimidation or to fight someone and murder them horribly, or just go to a location and murder everything on the way there. It's a promise of violence.
One caveat, though.
Oh.
If the things in front of me that I must kill are important to me, I will look the other way on those.
Okay. Perfectly fine with me. Because there is some horrible stuff in this place.
That is true.
And it needs to die.
I agree.
Otherwise, it eats the found. It's like termites. I'm basically wanting to send you as an exterminator to kill the termites eating the structural foundation of this place.
If you have nightmare for me to kill, point me in their direction. I'll go now.
That way. It's a little manhole cover. That'll send you deep into the 6th territory. And deep into the 5th territory. The ladder's missing though, so it's a straight all the way down. But take your little baggie.
He does. Puts the candle inside the subdomain and looks at all the rest of the loot that's there and says, I'll be back for that.
Well,
Or
buy it now then.
before before she goes, buy it now. You said you had more
Oh.
wishes to sell, didn't you?
Wishes are tough because I have to do some stuff to make it happen. I could, but they get exponentially more expensive. As in, like, a promise without caveats, or a blood marker, or it gets more and more difficult the more wishes I grant to a single person.
I see. I see. I won't ask for a wish then. What else do you have here?
Hmm.
She'll look for
Um,
any more of her bloodline stuff that she's missing.
Which one? Which one of the ices are you missing?
Sure, let me check.
I know you're missing absolute zero.
Yeah, and that's why I got the coldest material for. So I'm missing bloodline. Fuck no, I put it in journal, didn't I? Flash freeze. Level 2. Permafrost level 4.
None of the bloodlines, but there are some different types of ice. They're not true ice or bloodline ice, but there's a little ice flower.
Take it.
Yeah.
How much?
Purple fluidium.
She'll go back to the pile of loot, pull another one out. Pass it.
Man, I'm getting such a good deal on this shit. I can't even tell you. All right.
I have a question. One last
Oh.
one.
One last one. Okay, fine.
The recipe for Nokrin. You have it here, don't you?
Maybe.
I want your only copy.
Are you fucking
No.
serious? Of course not.
No.
There's nothing you can trade that's worth that.
I can trade you the recipe, and that's not the only copy. Also, that's literally impossible because if I do give you that promise and then somebody wishes for the recipe of Nokrin, now I'm stuck because I gotta grant that wish, even though I did give you my only copy. See what I mean? 'Cause that means
just
I gotta
wanted
go
to-
pluck that recipe from somewhere else, and that creates a lot of trouble.
No, I was just hoping to get rid of it for the people on the third floor. But if that's the case, I
I
understand.
the purple fluidium for it.
No, I don't need it. What's the point?
Mm. I mean, I don't mind handing it out. It's not like you can make it.
Yeah, you need someone important.
It's more about the process, the refinement process. That never mind. Fine. That was that. Is that your last question? I think that was your last question.
Like I said, it was my last question.
All right.
So instead, Jimroka will throw her loot she got from the 7th floor into the well, before she does, she's gonna look for a platinum mask.
She's got one there. Purple fluidium.
And another purple fluidium will be used. And she'll hold on to it.
Cool.
She can't use it. But yeah, okay. I doubt I see any more guys catching masks here either. Do I? No guys catching masks. Okay. Right.
No guys catcher masks. There is one white mask that is same design. The cracks are different on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe an earlier model.
Feels different. Heavier, weightier.
Before she leaves, she says, "How much?"
I need a favor for that one. That's the only mask in existence of that type.
You want a favor from me?
No, I want a favor from Kuroko. Like, which allows me to call in that favor from any variant of you. Yeah.
She'll go up and say, "Give her here then," as she passes out her hands. A favor.
Like my hand in your hand?
Shake on it.
All right. Puts the hand in reluctantly.
She won't squeeze, but she'll do the motion.
Cool. This
And
was
that
a
is
little
from
different.
any one of us.
Cool.
Orchestra, The Damned, myself.
Yep. Okay. So here's your mask. That's enough for you. Toodles.
What she'll do is she'll put it in the her ice domain with the rest of the loot, like I said, and go down the hatch.
Doing music ensues.
Stuff.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and is there anything else you want to do with the other Rokos in the meantime? Because there's a lot of you to keep fucking track of.
Orchestra needs to be dealt with sooner than later, but we don't need to do that right now, Matt. So it's fine.
Right.
Must I don't want to get the 3 months out before she comes back or is able to leave. Hopefully we can get her through the elevator, which would be
Sure.
ideal, but still needs to still needs to go down to the 7th floor hunting grounds, or the first -1 floor hunting ground, and get that done.
Cool. All right. So we have moved on to the next good bit.
Cool.
Party's done. All Hazard comes back, a married man, and
Woo!
hopefully a happy one. You guys will meet up all in the labyrinth again.
Awesome.
Cool.
We have 29 days until the 5th floor explodes outward at the seams and murders the rest of the labyrinth with monsters.
That's not great.
No,
Well,
no, it's not. It's
Well,
just
so-
very opposite of great. It's bad. Very
If you
bad.
think-
it's bad. Don't do it.
I feel that the only thing on Guzmo's mind is how much money did the Dirty Lizard make? What are we going to What are we going
None.
to
It's been
pay
10
for
minutes, dude.
those?
It's been 10 minutes in the labyrinth while that 6 months happened on Centauri.
Oh, that makes sense. That's true.
Oh yeah.
And the other two are more pertinent. How fuck we gonna do those peace trees with Nios, and invading the 4th floor?
Hmm.
I feel like I'm attacking the wrong floor here.
No,
Yeah.
because we're going to go invade the 4th floor, turn all those filthy bandits into good, upright, honest, faceless, afflicted, and then use that to attack the 5th floor.
Oh, see, I was just gonna kill them all, take their stuff, and maybe take the ones that surrendered and bring them into the fold. But that could work too.
Yeah, because we need Faceless to fight void creatures.
Uh-huh.
Also,
If
DM,
you
I'm taking a third dot of Nightmare Faction lore with my free point here from my
Okay, go for it.
Uh-huh. And how do I put this?
Nemesis.
I've kind of actually no, we have not yet started invasion. Yet we're approaching that point.
Yeah.
We've also done all the prep work on this shit, so kind of sort of kick this fucker off anyway. We have officially done a war.
Not yet. I'm actually there's a bit of order of operations that need to be done.
Oh,
It
First,
is
I need to
possible that I could not come back.
get, I need to get Orchestra her thing
far-
done.
so far the order of operation what Kuzma needed to get figured out was it's only been 10 fucking minutes. We'll have to figure out the shit with Nios, and the war has not become a war yet.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, in that case, in that case, he's just gonna, hang out with Alhazard and follow the plan for now.
Okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom. So, restroom break.
Restroom break.
Yeah. And I guess we should definitely talk with you guys about, conducting war on the fourth floor, because that's something we're kind of going toward. I don't know if initially the plan was to attack the fourth floor because of your suggestion, or if I came to that conclusion myself. But I'm
No, we
pretty
talked
sure-
about it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I came to that conclusion myself. I think it was like it says something on the fourth floor, and I'm like, that would be a good place, to start a goddamn invasion, get some motherfucking respect around here. Because, Kuzma's getting real tired of people, looking down at him. Funny enough, for like a 7-foot, previously lizard man, he has developed a bit of a Napoleon complex with all these motherfuckers, treating him like a child. Which, is fair. Because that would piss everyone off. Ugh. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got right at dawn, bitches. I have to wonder how if the Centrati and the Pact actually work together to invade the floor, how that's going to merge, because I don't know so much about the Centrati war tactics, but I do know that Pact has so many sections to conduct war in so many different in several different styles that it's going to be fucking interesting.
The Centauri. Concept of war is yes. They essentially go total war.
Yeah, because we've got Sect's entire thing is infiltration and sabotage. We've got Sectus, which are all about that good old sword and sorcery combat. We've got fucking spacefaring civilizations that are bringing all the tanks, the backs, and the spaceships, the blats of shit.
Right. So all of that. Every
Yeah.
Centauri cyber psycho can do all of that.
So yeah, basically, actually, it's not. So the Centauri are actually not that different from the Pact. Really, the only difference is each of the Pact, like the Pact, actually has access to like proper magic and shit, and also like sect specific powers.
Say that again, because that didn't make any sense
Sect,
to me.
They the Pact has access to like proper magic and also sect specific powers. Each sect has its own special gift.
Oh no. So essentially, when the Cyber Psycho go to war, you deploy a Cyber Psycho to a front, and you back him up with like a traditional regiment. And the Cyber Psycho rolls onto the front by picking up a tank, throwing it at another tank, and then ripping the turrets off of those and using them as clubs to smash their way through any defenses that are built up. And then the regiment pours in behind them. Imagine if you had literally any member of the Justice League in front of your army, and there's thousands of those. And if you get into an entrenched conflict, if you can hold off a Cyber Psycho advance, they send a squad of them. And there's one guy whose abilities are basically orbital bombardment. There's one guy who's the ringer. He fits whatever you need done. There's a bulwark who is essentially unkillable. And then you have an assassin who is either a sniper or a traditional assassin whose thing is, I hit that one person so hard everybody nearby dies in sympathy.
Yeah.
And all of the Centauri have different powers. All of the Cyber Psychos have developed along their own lines. So no Cyber Psycho that you fight is going to be exactly the same as the others.
Yeah.
And then you have the squad leader who is all of those. Because he's fed on all of them. He's learned all of their tricks. He's trained to do everything they can do. And that's the guy who's in charge of that squad. The previous Cyber Psychos, the ones who aren't as powerful as we are now, could literally jump from the surface of the planet into orbit, grab onto a ship, rip their way into the ship, kill everybody in the ship, and then throw the ship back at the surface of the planet.
Well, that's pretty nifty. I mean, the Pact. I mean, not that this is really a dick measuring contest, but that's all good. I do like the Pact does have the sheer numbers of super soldiers, though. You guys are like ultra soldiers, but I have literally an endless, practically endless horde of super soldiers on my side.
No, you absolutely do.
Yeah.
Centauri do not have endless soldiers, and they do not act like it. All of their troops are really well equipped. Essentially, it's like fighting an entire military full of special forces with the Cyber Psychos on top of them. Because the Centauri don't view Centauri lives as expendable. Each one that's lost is a sacrifice that pays dearly.
Yes. And then that's the other thing I haven't talked too much about. Talked to Vlad about is the idea is that there are military forces outside of the Pact, but I haven't really mobilized that shit because those guys are going to be, average troops.
Sure.
Like the Pact, the best way to think of the Pact is that on Galeran, like all gods had those petitioners that were assigned to them. The devil, like the archdevil, had his devils. The demon lords had the lesser demons, etc., etc. Kuzmo didn't do that traditional way. He literally just grabbed worthy souls, and through apotheosis made them into his army of darkness. he didn't have his realm literally form these things from nothing or just random soul bits. He literally grabs people that were worthy and slapped them with the essence of Demaraz that made them these above human individuals.
Fun.
So yeah, and then that's why they need the concept, because like legitimately, they're like legitimately in Demaraz there was mere mortal souls, and then there was the Apothis, who are part of the pact.
Hmm.
I can't think of the proper word of it outside of that, but yeah, he literally, for lack of a better term, he made his demons. They didn't just come out of this realm like it does for the Abyss or the Hells or what have you. He made them. He crafted them. Or craft might be an exaggeration. He upgraded them. He upped their abilities.
Fair enough. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
In terms of conflict, while I'm sitting here thinking about it, the Centauri aren't really mechanized. They don't really have vehicles or like artillery per se,
That's funny
because that's what they use the cyber psychos for.
yeah, that's funny because there's actually like 3 different groups, 3 different sects that would be your artillery and vehicles and shit. The Jones Colonial, which is like 75% of any aerial or space-based unit.
Oh, we have space units. We have aerial and space units. We just don't have things like APCs and shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, no, the Jones Colonial also cover most of the APCs, tanks, and shit. You've got the Border Regions Renegades, who also have, massive infantry with proper sci-fi weapons and armor, and tanks, and mechs, and then all that shit. And then you've got the Bleeders, who really only focus on light vehicles, but they're really good at light vehicles. Like fucking armored cars is like the heaviest vehicle you'd expect from them.
Mm-hmm.
But they also really know how to make that shit work, if that makes
Right.
sense. They have one vehicle, but they do it really well.
Fair. I wouldn't be. Nah, never mind.
Yeah. If you want your artillery, you could actually still go to a lot of the more medieval Renaissance worlds ones have the concept of artillery and shit. And once they
Right.
get access to like proper artillery, they have the concept of how to shoot the how to do the arcing of fire and shit. They just need to figure out how to use the gun. Yeah. So when it comes to the vehicles, that's probably where the Pact will be pulling its weight. Actually,
Alright.
funny enough, especially with the Forge World that Kuzma has available.
Well, that Forge World is super awesome for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nah. I was actually honestly thinking, if you had any worlds that are like garden worlds that we could drag into our solar system.
Yeah. So far, the only world that he's traded off was Chrysalis, and that was a technical holy side for the Jones School militia because people said, "Okay, you need to hold this ground because it is going to be of absolute use to the future." And he didn't end up using it for what he intended it for, but like unarguably, like they traded this pristine world in which many of the lives of these Jones colonists were shed for, and it did end up being worth it. So
Sure.
yeah, not the end
Do
goal.
you have other worlds though?
Yeah,
That's my question.
That's what I'm saying. It's like most of these planets that he just has like legitimately claim over are worlds from that universe that the Jones Colonial Militia come from, and a lot of those are like fairly up for grabs. But it's like, okay, why is he giving away all these planets?
So, yes or no?
I mean, yes, but I wouldn't. Yes, but it's not something he would easily just do. Because at the end of the day, he did. They are kind of on. They did kind of take to his patronage because he was helping them
It
defend,
won't work.
what was theirs from a impending robot apocalypse. Legitimately, it's just conceptually, the Jones Golding Militia is just a mix between Battlestar Galactica and the Human Resistance from Terminator.
Mm-hmm.
And so, for every world that Kuzmo's going to give up, that's one less world that they're going to have. Every one less world that they had that they fought tooth and nail from, either before or after they accepted Kuzmo's patronage. So that's kind of, that's kind of a huge fucking deal. You get what I'm saying here? Your silence is not comforting.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's like, here's
Sorry,
the
I'm watching
thing.
something.
It's like, here's the thing. He did, Blatt did not say that the Jones colonies were wiped out. He's just said that the members of the Jones colonial militia that were part of the pact were drawn into this hell.
Mm-hmm.
They still exist in that universe. So if he starts giving away this property, then a lot of those people are going to start turning their back on Kuzmo, and that means there's going to be a lot less resources coming from there. That means there's going to be people who won't continue to join the pact, and it's going to be fucking the Wave of Crystal is just clearly the shit that's coming out of this Forest World is so goddamn helpful that it was a worthwhile trade 3 times over. But that can only go so far. You have to be it's a planet.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, what did you need with one of these garden planets? This is gonna be Kuzmo asking you.
So what do you need of this planet? Hazard?
What?
Why do you need this planet?
Because we could always use more garden worlds.
I mean, yeah. But at the same time, I can't just... I mean, I can give away a planet.
You can,
but
yeah.
I can't just give away a planet, you know? These are worlds that, a very sizable proportion of the people who've taken to my patronage and worship have fought and bled and suffered for. So, to just hand it off to you, no offense, would be kind of betraying their trust. It might create a great deal of, that's what I'm looking for, contempt.
Okay.
Yeah. It's I have to consider the actual benefit to both sides here, both your people and the people of that universe. I mean, then again, you guys in Centauri, you guys smack shit pretty hard. Having you guys in their universe and helping them protect their shit would probably be a great boon anyway.
I mean, if you want to sell us a world in exchange for an alliance, we could probably do that.
Right, see, that works too. Like, like the way I want, like the one I'm trying to say is like, I am willing to trade this world to you. It's like I cannot just willy-nilly hand it over to you. There needs to be something of substance.
No, that's fair.
Yeah. But yeah, no. The fuck, what is the actual factory called? I believe it is the I believe they still call it the Jones Real Estate Empire. That's the weird thing. It wasn't even a republic or a dictatorship. It was literally one of those huge ass companies just gathered a bunch of people saving mankind from a terrifying robot program gone mad or something. So yeah, they're gonna be pretty business minded.
And yes, that's literally the plot of the Jones colonies. It is mega corporation saves mankind from government robot program gone awry.
But yes, an alliance would be a wonderful fucking idea. Yeah.
I mean,
Although, I'm not sure how they would feel about the cyber psychos. These are people who have spent multiple generations combating robots and cyborgs, so that might be an interesting twist. I don't know. And like again, this is all.
And of course, this is all predicated on the concept that the Jones colonies just haven't been like fucking wiped off the map in their universe, and now all that shit's just owned by a bunch of like mad machines. So yeah, I'll have to get an answer back from Blatt before we can really go through with that decision making. Because up to a point, like, it really doesn't matter how much of a presence there is. What the fuck?
ow.
The fuck?
That's loud.
What's allowed?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I do have to say, like, looking back, I really am glad I joined this game, even though I was, like, really gun-shy about it because of the whole thing with Nordy's game.
They're two different people.
Well, yeah, but, like, here's the thing. Nordy based a lot of his game off of New Threat, so I wasn't sure how much of the stuff that Nordy was doing was just his fuckery, or the fuckery involved with New Threat, if that makes sense.
Already took things based off of New Threat, yes, but they
Yep.
weren't. They weren't it. It's not canon.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there is a canon to New Threat, is there?
I mean, what Matt does with his game, that's in the sense canon for New Threat.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's still great. Yeah. No, but seriously, goddamn, if Kuzmo fucking dies and I bring in the other character I want to do, like I am absolutely snatching one of those heavy assault rifles. Gonna have fucking custom 50 caliber machine custom 50 caliber machine gun rounds, micro missiles with like different warheads. Just a big ass fucking shank on the end of it for good measure. There's a lot of terrible shit that can be done with alchemy and a 50 caliber assault rifle.
All right, I'm back.
Hey,
Welcome
what up?
back.
Hello.
Sorry for the- All right, so
Right.
I could say with some confidence you're dealing with a djinn. What is that? Well, it's like if a demon was also an Olympic sprinter. That was in my house? Still is. And so are the bodies of my two friends it killed. It took to figure out what kind of demon it was. So just I would recommend walling off that basement. And whatever you do, do not say the name Richard Thomas. That's probably fine. I'm gonna just I'm gonna leave. You can go ahead and send the bill to.
Yeah. I was about to say, oh yeah. So, Blatt, I do have a question.
yeah,
As you said, all of the pact members got sucked into the ice fire part of hell, right?
who got sucked into the ice fire hell?
All of the pact members.
Yes.
Right. Part of the one of these was the Jones Colonial Militia, which comes from a universe where it was actually the universe where I sold them that garden world and got that forge world and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So me and Alhazred, or Kuzma and Alhazred, were discussing selling Alhazred one of these garden worlds as well. However, with this in mind, I realized, well, hold on, how like I know that there would still be like non-pact members of the Jones colonies still there, but my question is like, what the fuck has happened to them? Are they still there? Have they been wiped the fuck out?
Depends on the robots. Would the robots realize that a bunch of the immortal forces are gone? Would they force an offensive? Like, how nasty are these robots?
They are. When Kuzma showed up, they started smacking them so hard they actually managed to start pushing them back for the sake of self-preservation because it ended up being such a costly battle.
Okay.
And I don't know how. I don't know. I can't quite say with any quantifiable certainty the likelihood that they would just stay the fuck gone. So
So would they attack you? in this while your troops are away.
I feel like they would keep pushing. I feel like they would keep pushing, but the thing,
Okay.
like even before Kuzma showed up, they were doing a failing a job of keeping them pushed the fuck back.
Who's the one
So-
failing, the colonials or the robots?
I feel with that the number of people that were snatched up from the Jones Colonies universe, that would be a great detriment to the Jones Colonies.
Okay. So are the robots nasty enough that without those men, they would just roll up and just successfully push through previously held defenses?
I'm gonna have to make an honest call to saying, yeah, that would, like the sheer confusion and all of those spots being stripped of the PAX members that were holding those stations would probably mean there would be a loss of a lot of these
Alright.
places
I'm gonna make
that
a couple
were.
rolls. See how bad it is. Okay.
Yeah.
You have a lot of areas that are kind of like the Battle of the Bulge, or pockets held out, but you also have breaches, and the whole city's lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we're talking. With pretty much they've turned the tide of the war completely. They're not gonna last much longer, if at all.
Yeah, Alhazred, not only can I not probably even give you this world, I'm not even sure if I have control over that universe anymore.
You want me to go and we can go kill everything on the world if you'll give it to us.
I mean, yeah, I kind of almost want to say yes on that. At the same time, right, actually, I was trying to think of how this would be a bad situation, but honestly, no. If we just take back that fucking world and push these forces back and gave the Jones colonies enough breathing room to get their shit back in order, then that would just be a general win. So yeah,
You're gonna have to recruit help. Do the Jones Colonials have spaceships?
they absolutely have spaceships. They are the premier motherfuckers with spaceships in the pact.
Then you'll most likely lose the planet because they evacuated everyone.
Yeah,
Their spaceships, they're gonna do a full evacuation because there's no way that they're
Yeah.
gonna be able to hold the planet anymore.
I imagine when Kuzma goes back to either of the Demorazes, he's going to receive a lot of reports of a lot of ritual prayers saying, Kuzma, what the fuck are you? Have you forsaken us? And there's gonna be the moment of fuck.
Basically, I wanted to tell Nios or hook Nios into this plan of like, so hey, do we want another planet? It's a garden world, and the only problem is we have to fight a machine race that's currently on it.
Yeah,
If we wipe out the machines on it, Kuzmo said he can give us this garden, like we can have this garden world.
right, like if we manage to push, honestly, I would say if we could push them back even further than we initially fucking had them, then yeah, you could definitely have that world because, end of the day, those like a couple of those machines even found their way into old Demerez. Like a handful of them managed to get through a fucking portal, so they are considered a legitimate threat to Demerez.
So he's going to. Nios is going to confer with you and the current commanders. Do we want to make this a route? Because we have the ability with the new the war logs, the weapons to really stick it to these guys. Or do we want to let our men at it? Because we have a lot of new cyber psychos of the, that haven't got to do combat yet, and they're kind of incessantly reminded that you're unblooded, and they're raring to go so they can be blooded.
Two thoughts. First, we ask Edie if it would like to go and confer with these robots and be like, do you want to not And if ED goes, irreconcilable differences, then yeah, let's send in the cyber psychos.
Yeah, no, because that's the thing too. Is like if the bots have gotten there, then they're already trying to strip that world for all the resources possible to conduct a economy that no longer fucking exists.
Alright.
So it's also a matter of not only do we need to save these people, we need to
Edie's
save
gonna
the
need the
fucking planet.
Dureshi files that you have.
Okay.
Alright. You won't get a war. Edie's gonna just override the machine race.
Oh,
using
okay.
Dureshi programs.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh,
would
that
be
works.
it would be cool for both of us to go there because Kuzma has never actually been to this universe. He knows about it secondhand.
Basically, think of Skynet.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
That's
it's
what I
kind of
figured.
Skynet.
I was just like,
No, legitimately.
here you go. I'll trust you with these.
It is a combination of Skynet and a one world fucking economy hub.
Yeah. So yeah, Edie just drops in at the core center of Skynet, and then just unfortunately uses some of Dureshi Systems' override codes. They're not designed to work with these things, but that's what happens when you build a character that no matter the technology, this is the original binary source code. You know that one that Carl
are
kept
you?
trying to use?
Yeah.
Binary doesn't go up to 99, it goes up to nines. But Carl never, Duresh, who specifically used this path, he only got up to 6. And 6 is like Cryptech level stuff where I make an intelligence test at a very significant bonus, and I just have things
Yeah.
happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See, we just ask Edie nicely if she'll go handle that. He, she, they will go handle
She
that.
handles it. She tells the computer, stop fighting, and it goes okay.
And we're like, cool. Thanks for the planet, Goose.
Wait, what?
Wait. What the fuck did you do?
We sent in our robot, who has a soul. That Alhazard was like, they were trying, like, they couldn't figure out why this robot kept trying to kill them. And Alhazard went, it's because it's got a soul, and you keep shutting its body off and trapping it in a prison of its own body. Just treat it like a person. You've made a person.
I remember the philosophical debate about does that thing really, is it really a robot if it has a soul?
Yeah. And the concept was, if you've made a thing with a soul, it has people rights. So
Yeah.
AI rights are a thing on Centauri after that. Yeah, so they just gave Edie a really good machine code, and they went, hey, can you go fix that? She went, sure.
So, wait.
There was no fighting necessary.
You literally went into this massive multi-government build AI on a world and told it to stop fighting.
Yep. And it went, okay.
I've overridden its original designation in codes and directives, and in doing so, it no longer is forcibly having to follow such original directives.
From what Martin Jones, the fucking founder of the colonies, told me, his 3 directives was to protect the world and protect all interests, maintain bountiful resources, and to ensure that there is no starvation or sickness. It literally took that as kill all the humans.
Yes, because you're a
you
sickness.
somehow just rewrit this.
Humans, the human species is a sickness upon every planet they inhabit.
Yeah, it's literally what it said. Like, the machine was wrong, but
No, it's not wrong.
yeah,
Do you realize
yeah.
what human or sentient life, especially adolescent sentient life, does to a planet?
Sentient life has right of way, though.
Not according to the robots you needed our help to deal with.
Right, exactly. That's why they ultimately needed to be destroyed. Put down like a rabid dog. And you apparently just poked a couple numbers at them and
Right. They're
did
not rabid.
that.
Mm-hmm.
They're behaving as they've been told. Obediently.
Uh-huh.
I merely told
Yeah.
them that their directives are no longer valid and that you should listen to additional.
The
Orders.
Jones colonies may have been around for like a century or more, but you're talking about a system that's been around for
It's ancient.
actually apparently as long as I've been a god. Now that I think about it, you
Right.
just
It's
rewrote
outdated.
it.
The only issues that I had was I had to deploy my nanite reserves so that I can access the closed analog systems. Those are actually the most difficult. The main computing system with the most advanced, I like this air quotes thing that you taught me, most advanced is I'm able to wireless connect to it, and I use the core system binary of the 0, 1, and 2 variable
So
and
let me get
overrode
this
it.
straight.
Oh,
You
nice.
just said not only have you defeated the Iron Horde, you have
Famed it.
managed to put them in a state where they will no longer offend the Jones colonies. Which, as far as I know, is the only human civilization left in that universe. Or at least that galaxy. I think it's
The
right judgment.
Iron Horde is not completely tamed. I've only sequestered and overridden this sector. This is a server. This is one army. There is probably one for each planet because these are localized.
Oh, so you.
I would have to visit each and individual planet to do that. I can.
Oh, so you
It's
just
not
took
too
care of
hard.
the local situation.
The one on this entire planet, yes.
Uh-huh. See, like for a second, I thought you were talking about, like, you went straight to the hub that I believe they called Terra and plugged into that shit.
I wouldn't need to plug into it. Also, I would need to see what type of technology they are using. I may have to utilize some of Dureshi's
So in short, you basically
more forbidden technologies to override
So in
that.
short, you have secured this entire planet and made it unappealing to this terrible
No.
intelligence.
She just turned them off. She just told them stop killing people because this result of your orders is flawed. Your orders are now different.
Yes, they are mine to command now. I have stripped them from the
Uh-huh.
local system, and I utilize their localized command structure against themselves. It's very easy to cut off a communication to the main hub in this
Okay.
system.
I now need to summon like you gotta have to give me a second. I've got to explain this to the person who's like technically the representative of the Jones colonies. Because you're gonna want to explain this shit to them. Because I think you just made
Do I
like
have to? That sounds
No.
burdensome. Talking to biologicals is really tiring because I have to use the inefficient audio systems. I prefer to as she binaries at you.
Oddly enough, I should understand that.
You do. It hurts to talk like that. It really hurts.
Mhm.
And within the span of 10 seconds, she gives you basically the equivalent of a multi-hour long normal conversation
Mhm.
of how she just did what she did.
Oh,
There
absolutely.
you go.
Thank you. And he will do his best to binary back at her and be like, thank you, I really appreciate it.
Your
You
accent's
don't have to keep it. I know. I don't speak this often.
There you go.
Yeah.
Much obliged.
So basically, what Guzmo's going to do is he's going to summon up the last surviving member of the Jones family, and basically explain that, yeah, this robot with a soul.
We gave the job to the Centauri. Took us 10 minutes. They dealt it.
Yeah, I don't know how they did it, but they kind of sort of just solved your problem.
Yes, I use something called Dureshi Systems technology, which is silicon technology. I need you to embed that term in your brain. Do never forget it, because if you
Take
ever
notes,
come across
Miranda.
it, you ever come across something called Solicon, they are solar system devourers, galaxy devourers. They're giant
Yeah.
locusts.
They're literally what we are building up to fight in case they come here. I say in case when they come here.
We are not yet ready to fight them, but if I can steal a solar system, nay, a galaxy's worth of robots, yes, we will be. I'm going to need you to build me some things. I'm going to need a specific weapon in which I can turn off Terra.
Okay, bro, did you pick up any of that? Because I'm lost.
I'm writing
That'd
stuff
be
down and processing.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, that was in character. Out of character, I followed that pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's technobabble, and
Yes.
like
Yes, I know, Kuzmo.
I'm probably going to be sending you back to your universe so you can explain this to your people. In fact,
I mean, I'm right here.
what?
I'm right here.
No, I'm talking
Edie
about
is one of
her.
our people. Yes.
No,
Edie is a Centauri.
I'm talking about Miranda Jones, the person I
Ah.
because she is the last heir to the Jones fortune, and technically the leader of their people. We were
What's the
probably
Jones
suffering greatly
fortune?
because she's not there.
What's the fortune?
Basically, as far as I understand, the Jones colonies were actually a private private fully funded colonies for this mega corporation or something. Basically, they were a huge ass company that helped save mankind from the impending robot apocalypse.
Well, if the fortune is located on this particular planet, this planet has been successfully sold and has been acquisitioned
It's
by the Solicon people.
I no, from what I understand.
No. It's been acquisitioned by the Centauri people.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That
That's what I
one.
meant. The
Yeah.
Centauri people. So, if there's any fortune within the confines of this planet,
It's not.
is
The actual Jones fortune is at both times split between multiple ships, and as far as I understand, this sort of weird system where you don't even need to have the money on hand. Something about like credit or something.
a credit system is inefficient, but still desirable in some
Yeah, I
particular
agree,
states.
but like in fairness, they're having to move through so much space at a time. They almost have to use a credit system or something. I don't know how they work it.
It's not an undesirable system. A lot of people and individuals like to use something called a credit system. It's not.
I mean, as far as I understand, the quote-unquote Jones fortune is just as much a metaphorical concept of who's actually in charge as it is a literal fortune.
Oh, then I have no more inquiries on the matter.
Right. I honestly, like a lot, I kind of let them figure out that aspect of their culture because they clearly had whatever they were doing. It was working as far as actually running shit. I just gave them the power to push forward and fight their enemies.
Um,
In fact, I do it a lot.
Shatterstar, I have a question.
Go ahead.
The weapon schematics for this particular weapon design that I'm going to need to overhaul and overtake the entirety of the machine race
Mhm.
is incomplete. The only mention of the facility and where it's developed is it's still within specifically the threat range of the Solicon Society. Fortunately, it's not in the Solicon proper, but it is in, from what I understand, in a decaying orbit, a cast-off, so to speak.
Mhm.
We would need to raid that facility to be able to build the weapon required for me to overtake this species. It's the equivalent of a EMP lance cannon that is able to hit
I
a
actually know that
planet and turn it off of all electronics.
I actually know that word. Electromagnetic pulse or something.
Yes.
Yeah, no, see, that's the thing. If you're looking for something electromagnetics, like, when
No.
I granted them many of the gifts of Demaraz and of, my god kingliness, many of them developed these sort of weird, I don't know the word, it's like
You have a species of over 1 billion people with the same electromagnetic power set. I would have to chain them together in a series that would bind their powers to a main core unit and then ejectively force it in a single confined
I don't think they
centric
even
area.
have. I'm not even sure if their population be calculated in the
Good,
tens
back
of
to Dureshi
millions.
Tech Systems.
But what I was saying is that yes, some of them are in fact innate electromagnetic pulse mages or something.
Wonderful. But irrelevant and unneeded.
I don't know, it's works pretty well for them.
Yes, but they're not going to have to do it on a scale that is planet-sized. Imagine an entire planet, one giant computer.
Hmm.
I need to turn it all off at once. And it needs to be
Yeah.
done in a way that doesn't completely fry everything. It needs to be disrupted, put into a dormant state, not completely fried, because I'm not going to be able to have time or the patience to fix a planet-sized computer. That's
Yeah,
why this
that-
particular model is a pulse generator, not a full electromagnetic pulse, but a variable frequency pulse. It actually fires multiple, hitting in a kind of a concave cascade of higher frequency pulses so that it's layered and doesn't overburden the system.
Kuzmo's eyes are just glazing over as he doesn't understand the word you just fucking said.
Precisely. This weapon is so intricate and advanced that your species can't even begin to build some of its more intricate parts. We'll have to go to a Dreshy Systems Manufactorum and have
Jones,
it
are you going to be
built
able
in.
to translate that into like layman terms?
We need to go raid a place that has the machine that can build the gun.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Okay. Let's call Kuroko. It seems like
It'll
it would be.
extremely dangerous because if the facility hasn't been raided already, it'll be defended and buttoned up tight by Dureshi Systems, which are, if I remember correctly from my data reserves, literally took over the Solicon at one point.
Right. And we're sure that this Dureshi is very, very, very dead.
One can never be sure with the art of machines, but from the records that I have, they used methods to. They were very egregious.
Okay.
All right.
Jones,
Then let's
question for you.
exercise caution. I'd hate for something to resurge.
Precisely.
Okay, this makes me think of something. Jones, if they manage to do this electromagnetic pulse gun thingy that manages to finally put the Iron Horde down for good, I assume they're going to want some sort of compensation. Do you think you could work out some sort of agreement where after they bust that nut, they get to keep a percentage of the worlds they got,
I
fucked
just want
up?
the robots, and then we will discuss. So, two things will make this deal profitable for us. We want
Right.
the Iron Horde in its entirety. Two, planets that are not colonizable immediately or are
Yeah.
too horrifically damaged because of the Iron Horde, we would like purchasing options.
Uh-huh. I mean, that's not going to be hard. We don't use robots.
Precisely. So, planets that are completely usable by the people of this dimension will be off limits because those planets may be short and hard to come by. Other planets that are too horrifically damaged and are completely converted and stripped down by the Iron Horde, we would like purchasing rights for those planets.
See, that's what I was about to suggest. It's like,